noted back in 2020, that was a mess. They didn't get an answer for, I think it was a couple of weeks until they got a final answer of who actually won between Bernie Sanders and Buttigieg. And Buttigieg, I believe, edged him out in the end. But you talk about what it all means. You had Joe Biden going into that caucus. People thought that he would finish 1 or 2. He finished 4th. And then he finished 5th in New Hampshire a week later. And people were writing him off, Andrew. They were writing him off as dead and buried. Then he goes to South Carolina, gets revitalized, and goes on to win the nomination.
Yeah, you know, John, I've been reminding viewers, too, because in 2016, Trump lost Iowa, 2020, Biden lost Iowa. So it's not the be-all, end-all. No. It's just the first in the calendar here as well. But it is the kickoff, and that's why it's so important here. Let's talk about the candidates. I've kind of been giving the viewers that the theme seems to be that Iowa is just a contest right now for second place between DeSantis and Haley. Trump is far and away the front runner, yes, nationally, but especially there in Iowa. And so I was looking at the most recent polling averages. It seems like Haley and DeSantis are tied for second. So I think that could be the surprise on Monday night. Who comes in second?
I agree with you. I agree with you completely. And I think for Nikki Haley, this becomes a really big deal because the map helps her a little bit going forward, particularly in New Hampshire, where she's running very strong. She's running a strong second now to Donald Trump. If she somehow edges out Ron DeSantis, who has pushed all of his chips on the table in Iowa, if she edges out Ron DeSantis after visiting there about half as many times as he did, that would be a big win for her. And then she goes into New Hampshire, where she's starting to inch in on Trump's lead there. That potentially creates a springboard for her where she could have some momentum going forward. What's a little bit troubling for Haley, though, then you go to South Carolina, her home state, and she's trailing Trump by a big margin there. Yeah. So you would think your former governor could carry that. Right. And maybe it won't happen. Yeah. So there are a lot of balls in the air. The one thing I would say about Iowa and New Hampshire, and I've covered a bunch of these, there's always a surprise. Yeah. And you don't know where it's coming. Sometimes Iowa gives their vote. A week later, New Hampshire loves to repudiate their vote and do something completely different. Think of John McCain in 2000. He doesn't even compete in Iowa, and then he wins in New Hampshire, beats George W. Bush by a double-digit margin. So things can change. You have to kind of be fluid with the whole thing, be nimble.
Yeah. Joe Biden coming in 5th in New Hampshire in 2020. You know, this is really interesting. We got this reporting in just today. That the DeSantis campaign telling Fox that DeSantis will fly to South Carolina after a Monday night caucus party in Iowa instead of going straight to New Hampshire. And we're only led to interpret that, you know, the DeSantis folks telling Fox they're not really, quote unquote, skipping New Hampshire, but they're adding an extra emphasis on South Carolina. But that's how you normally do it. You fly right to New Hampshire. Yep. At least the night of or the day after Iowa. The DeSantis camp not doing that. How do we interpret that, John?
Well, I think he's kind of laying the strategy out. He doesn't think that his brand of politics, which is a little bit more social issues, there's a lot of that on the table for DeSantis, that won't play in New Hampshire. And so he's kind of saying, look, if I'm putting all the chips on the table in Iowa, after that, I'm going to start focusing on South Carolina. Because he may not think that New Hampshire is fertile ground for him and his campaign. By the way, Joe Biden, the night of the caucus, flew out of New Hampshire. He didn't even wait for the results. He left town, went right to South Carolina, and then Clyburn, as you know, gave him a huge springboard, endorsing him, and that kind of gave Biden the rise. It was South Carolina that reinvigorated his campaign, saved it.
I forgot about that. He didn't even stay the entire day in Iowa. He and Clyburn, they were just in Charleston on Monday together. Again, of course, you could make the argument that Clyburn was the savior of Biden's nomination efforts there. I do want to kind of focus as well, just briefly, because we got the big news earlier this week. Chris Christie dropping out of the race here. I want to put up this tweet from Fox Business anchor Charlie Gasparino. He says, people inside the No Labels organization are talking up Governor Chris Christie, possibly being on its 2024 presidential ticket. Unclear if there have been formal talks, though. Charlie's source inside the organization says there's been some outreach story developing. That's kind of a key, kind of tangential storyline in 2024, John. The third-party efforts from people, kind of the no labels route as well. We don't really know what Chris Christie is going to do next. I'm kind of curious to see whether he'll endorse someone. If he does, who's that going to be? Probably won't be Nikki Haley, regarding that hot mic moment we all heard yesterday.
I know. And the thing that was weird about the Christie move is you're only a few days away from voting and you pull out before the votes are even cast. That was interesting. You would think you'd kind of play out the string and then make a statement. Maybe he didn't want the drubbing that he was going to get in Iowa and wanted to save some of that political capital for later. And maybe this is the answer. Maybe it's a third-party deal. I mean, we do have RFK Jr. We've got this no parties label deal going on. There are some third-party attempts, but as you know, trying to get on ballots in a reasonable number of states is really, really difficult as a third party.
Yeah.
The traditional two parties have made it very difficult, and the whole landscape and how they form these contests, they make it almost impossible by design.
Yeah. John, just lastly, of course, you're going to Iowa, you're going to New Hampshire. We're going to be speaking with you Monday night. What are you looking forward to? What do you have your eye on? Who do you want to speak to?
Well, I mean, you'd like to talk to the candidates, but that becomes difficult at some of these events. We are trying to attend a Trump rally Sunday. That's going to be interesting and complicated by weather as well. You already said they've canceled events. Now, I think Sunday it's going to be a little better. It's going to be colder. So, you know, again, Trump rallies typically have people waiting outside for hours before they go even into the venue. That they can't do that. I mean, this is we're dealing with temperatures now that are potentially damaging and life-threatening to people. We're talking about temperatures that could, in wind chill, get down into the 20 below, 30 below stuff.
Yeah.
You can't put people out in that. So they've got to figure out a different way. We'll try to get into events as we can. We're going to talk to voters. We love to do that.
Yeah.
Iowa's a very special place. I mean, I love the Mo Udall quote when Mo Udall was running there in 1976. He told the story out on the stump. He said, you know, they expect to meet the candidates. This is the beauty of Iowa and New Hampshire. You can't do a media buy and win there. You've got to meet people where they are, press the flesh, get to know them, exchange with them, talk to them. That's the only way you win them over, and that's what they expect in Iowa and New Hampshire. So Mo Udall used to tell the story that somebody would say, well, what do you think of Mo Udall? And the guy in Iowa said, well, I don't know. I've only met him twice. That's what we're dealing with. This is retail politics that you can't duplicate anywhere else.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of Iowa and New Hampshire.
Yeah, and you could argue New Hampshire voters, Iowa voters are some of the most politically attuned voters in the country writ large as well. John Hook, as always, we do appreciate your time and your insight, and we'll definitely be speaking
All righty. Anyone got any questions? Yes, ma'am. We are going to deport them, and you use all the assets that you have. Part of that is those assets are not being deployed to do that right now. They're being deployed basically to process more illegals coming into the country. So we will have more resources once we stop the illegals coming into the country. Another thing you have to do is crack down on states that are sanctuary states and then there are sanctuary cities. I mean, it's ridiculous that they will not cooperate with federal immigration enforcement. I mean, even in the extreme cases, so I did this debate against the governor of California a couple months ago, Gavin Newsom. I researched some of that because they're a sanctuary state. Places like LA are sanctuary cities. You know, they had a guy in jail in LA, multiple deportations, huge criminal record. ICE had a detainer to take him so that he could be deported. The LA refused to work with the federal government, so they just released him, not honoring the detainer. What did he do? He killed a mother of a 3-year-old child. And it's like, you know, this is enough. So we're going to use all levers, all resources to be able to do it. But I think if we don't do it, then this problem is going to continue to persist year after year after year. So removing the incentives, I think, complements having the interior enforcement. But we're going to do it. Yes.
Governor DeSantis, Governor Reynolds, thanks for braving the blizzard this morning. It's something. So I've heard you just talk about immigration, which I greatly appreciate. What I have been thinking here is in terms of choosing for national security, with Putin weaponizing immigration, destabilizing countries, sending those flows of immigrants to the EU, to our borders, I really feel that the fight for Ukraine's borders and our southern border is one fight. So I really would like to engage you here and hear more about how, having just quoted Reagan, Kennedy, and Gorbachev, you will stand up to Putin and defend our American interests in Ukraine.
Our southern border is not the same issue as that, with all due respect. I mean, our southern border is an issue of intentional neglect by Biden and a failure of Donald Trump to do what he said he would do in his first term by building the wall, by having record deportations, and by doing the interior enforcement that he promised. So you have to do that. There are people from Russia that have come, but there's been people from over 100 different countries, the Middle East, Iran, China. Anyone that wants to harm our country is going to use that border because it's a vulnerability. Biden is somebody who has invited a lot of conflict in this country or around the world with his weakness.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, all this comes out of my own pocket. All my meals and gas. Hotels expense, all that. But being out here in Mother Nature, it can be a challenge. It's rewarding too. I mean, you really get to feel the power of Mother Nature. Got Evil Knievel coming up here on my left side here. This car's struggling to pass me in that lane, left lane. Yeah, he can't do it. It's now 30 degrees. Yep, Brandon's from Toledo. Good kid. So I don't know where he's at today. I think he went, Brandon Kopik is chasing in the southern states, I believe. Severe weather versus snow. So that car decided not to pass me. He's back behind me now. That lane, that left lane can get dicey here at times. Don't need a tailgate that close in this road condition, dude. Look how close he is. Holy cow. Yeah, I dumped a bunch of isopote alcohol, 90 proof, in the windshield wiper because I thought I was going to be running into some pretty cold air. Yeah. Yeah. It's not fog, that's snow. Really fine snow. I don't think my GPS is working right, but anyway, and so yeah, that's my position right now to the snow. I'm just into some of the snow, but I thought there would be heavier snow coming off Lake Michigan. No, unfortunately, I do not. So the winds right now are here in Michigan are still coming from the south and west, which and so you're probably still having winds also from the south and west. It would probably be later today. Yeah, they definitely got snow here. That's for sure. Well, I'm disappointed. I thought there'd be more lake effect snow. Yeah, everything's white. The entire sky is kind of white. Sorry, switch back over. Yeah. So now we really find the snow. Get off the major interstate, back roads. Look at the traffic sign swaying. Oop. Ran that one, didn't I? Kalamazoo, Michigan is where we're at. lobby's closed. All right. So need to use the restroom. This one's closed. The lobby's closed. So we'll go on to the next one. So welcome to Kalamazoo, Michigan. It is 30 degrees here.
Evening.
Well, I have you guys. If you would reach down and click on the like button, I'd greatly appreciate it. And while you're at it, you can also, if you would, click on the subscribe button. And good morning.
Driving down the main roads did seem to be plowed pretty well. It was mainly the side streets that you have to worry about. And unfortunately, you know, when crews do plow against those main streets, you kind of end up with stuff like this. These huge snowbanks that you can see here, they're bigger than me. And that can be a driving hazard, especially if people are driving down these main roads and you kind of have to cut those corners there and you can't really see, you know, what's on the other side of that. So that's another thing that people should be aware of if they're driving out here. Just take it slow and provide extra caution, because, you know, visibility is kind of still an issue. It's not snowing, but it is kind of windy, so that wind blowing is really reducing a lot of that visibility here. But again, main streets, at least where we are right now, were pretty decent. It's mainly, like I said, these side streets and kind of the residential areas that are still being worked on. But one of the things that we're also going to focus on, again, is the lack of power, especially when the temperature drops. You know, what do people do when it gets really cold? So that's something that we're going to look at. But for now, live in West Allis, Durante Matthews, Fox 6 News.
All right, Durante, that snowbank definitely was bigger than you. We'll check in with you in just a few minutes. Thank you. All right, water has been restored for people living in Milwaukee's Florist District, but not before causing a big mess. Check out this video right here. This is near 91st and Mill. You can see the water turning that intersection basically into a lake. People in the area were dealing with reduced water pressure following a water main break near 91st and Mill. Milwaukee Water Works crews tell us crews and private contractors have been on site all night to fill the void created by the break.
The road is lifted from its, we wouldn't call it foundation, but it's lifted from its usual place, probably 4, 5, 6 inches in some places. It looks like a waterfall.
People in the area that were affected by the low water pressure yesterday afternoon should flush their taps for 5 to 10 minutes. This will make sure you are getting fresh water. And if you're driving, the city is asking you avoid the area of 91st and Mill. You can stay ahead of the winter weather when you have the Fox 6 Storm Center app on your phone. Download it for free and you'll get access to severe weather alerts and the Fox 6 weather webcast. This storm is something we are following all morning long, and the cleanup as well. We'll have more on Wake Up in just a few minutes.
Fox 6 Open Record video podcast on Fox Local. Fox 6 reporters break down the big stories. Always available on Fox.
All right, and we appreciate Fox 6 Milwaukee for that very detailed coverage. Right now, let's check in with Fox 32 Chicago.
Skin, and yet he keeps on trucking, right? Good for him. Well, coming up, we're talking to one guy who's a whole lot richer after sinking one incredible shot. Take a look. Look at that. Swish. All right, stay close. We'll be right back.
All right, so that was a brief check-in with Chicago as we are working with our content partners across the U.S. to keep you weather ready. But really quickly, if you're just now tuning in, I want to show you all this shot coming out of Michigan, just showing you all how impactful this storm is in the Midwest. That car continuing to get covered with snow. You can see the tires, but literally a blanket of snow surrounding this car. We're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. It's 8:12 now on the East Coast, and when we come back, continuing to give you those top stories and headlines of the day. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Bitter cold conditions out in the Chicago area, and that's why we find Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray this morning. Robert, good morning to you. We spoke yesterday. Would you say conditions have worsened or gotten better?
Yeah, good morning to you. You know, it's been an interesting 24 hours, to say the least, here in the Chicagoland area, as light snow is coming down here. And it's been pretty consistent, though it started about 2, 3 in the morning, and these temps are plunging as the wind gusts are coming in. But yeah, as far as taking a look at yesterday in the comparison, you know, it's interesting. About this time yesterday, it was heavy snow, wet snow falling in Chicago with high winds that were rolling into the area as the storm kicked up. And then, if you can imagine this, millions of people went through the transition into rain. So absolutely freezing rain fell all day long. It melted all the snow, turned the Chicagoland area into slush, and it was just really miserable out with heavy winds. And so now what we're dealing with this morning is the fallout from all that. And let me just tick this down for everybody. Over 1,000 cancellations between O'Hare International and Midway, the two big airports here. And there's also cancellations this morning. So it's a rough go yet again with trying to get in and out of the Chicagoland area. Across the Great Lakes, if we look at, you know, the state of Michigan, Illinois, Wisconsin, at this point we're looking at nearly 300,000 power outages that have been reported. They're trying to nail those down, get them lower as the storm moves over to even the further eastern Great Lakes. It'll be in Buffalo, New York, on the shores of Lake Huron, and Lake Erie is freezing in Cleveland as well. That playoff game today in Buffalo is going to be one to watch. Even if you're not a football fan, it will be likely entertaining with all of that snow coming down over there. But nonetheless, here in the Windy City, basically what everyone's concerned about is the fact that the temperatures tonight are going to go like sub-zero, and they're going to be like that for the next 3 days, okay? And with the wind chills, it could be negative 40 to 50 is the feel. And what you see all behind me, you see kind of that glimmer here of the lights on Wacker Drive and in the Chicago Loop. Well, that is precipitation, and they're worried that we're going to have a flash freeze. So streets and sanitation here in Chicago is dropping rock salt. They're pushing the snow to the side, hoping they can get all this in order. 4,000 miles of roads in Chicago alone. And so it's a big job for Streets and San, and they're doing a really stellar work here, working around the clock, 24 hours. But here's the other situation I need to make our viewers aware of. There was a blizzard in Nebraska and Iowa. We didn't see blizzard conditions here in Illinois, in the Chicago area. But blizzard conditions whipped across the Great Plains, and that's what came into here. It dissipated a little bit by the time it got to here. But get this, the low tonight in Omaha, Nebraska, overnight, low, without the wind chills, negative 25 degrees. Imagine that. So imagine you're in one of those agricultural states and you're a farmer or a rancher and you have to take care of animals because that's your livelihood. I feel for all those people going into tonight and the next few days. And the problem is that this part of the country, from the Great Lakes all the way west into the Great Plains, well, they're going to be in these dangerous temperature scenarios for the next week. And so this weather, to start off the new year, has just been on steroids, outrageous. And we've got a system that potentially could bring snow to New York City here in a couple days, Tuesday into Wednesday. And we know that New York basically is on like a 700-day mark without more than 2 inches of snow. Remarkable, historical. So, you know, we could just hope and just think and in our heads that for the 4th of July, all right? But no, we've got a lot of time. We've got a lot of time that we got to hunker down and be safe here in this cold weather. So back to you.
Robert, I'll be honest with you. As soon as you said negative, I got cold. I got goosebumps when you said that. And I wanted to ask you, I know yesterday we were speaking about the potential for all of this freezing over. And I know we didn't really know, but it just shows how these storms can change at a moment's notice. When it comes to that freezing, is it going to be harder for those crews to clear it out? Whereas with snow, you know, they can use the plow trucks and the salt. Will that add more severity to this storm once ice comes in the picture?
Oh, yeah, hugely. And I've been on the phone with the deputy commissioner for the Department of Transportation here in Chicago, basically for the past 2 days, picking his brain, trying to figure out, you know, how they tackle this. And believe me, it's kind of like planning going into a hostile environment, is the way he described it. You know, they've got moving parts, they have hundreds of vehicles, they've got human beings operating those vehicles that are exhausted, working around the clock, so they have to, you know, sort of taper that and make sure that, you know, nobody's going out and falling asleep and getting in accidents. And then on top of that, they have to strategically put out trucks that, you know, with the rock salt in the back that can drop it on the streets like you see behind me, and make sure. Another thing that this is something that's interesting, actually, and I'm glad you asked that great question, is that, you know, in Chicago, there's over 30 bridges that go over rivers, like the Chicago River and Calumet River, and there's over 150 overpasses on these interstates that connect all the people from the suburbs into the city. And so they have to make sure that all those bridges and those overpasses are safely salted and, you know, cleared, because, you know, this can be deadly. It really can with a freeze like this. So, you know, even if you're in a car with heat, you could easily get into an accident and slide off the road. Very, very intense. But, you know, no other city does it better than Chicago as far as winter weather. They just know it well as far as big cities. You know, Cleveland, Detroit does a great job too, but Chicago, the third largest, they know what they're doing here. City of big shoulders. They're tough for sure.
Well, Robert Ray, Fox weather correspondent, we definitely appreciate your detailed and expertise coverage. And you mentioned how deadly this can be. I was watching our O&O partner with Fox 32 Chicago. They actually reported a death because of these extreme temperatures. So as you're out there to keep us safe, you please be safe as well, Robert. We appreciate you, and thank you so much for joining us this morning here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks so much. Always a pleasure.
Absolutely. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and when we come back, continuing with those top stories.
After last month's massive solar flare added a 25th hour to the day, businesses are wondering, what should we do with it?
Bacon and eggs, 25/7.
You're darn right.
Solar stocks are up 20% with the additional hour in the day.
I'm ruined.
With the extra hour, I'm thinking company-wide power nap. Let's put it to a vote.
This is going to wreak havoc on overtime approvals.
Anything can change the world of work. From HR to payroll, ADP designs forward-thinking solutions to take on the next anything.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, continuing with a top story of the day. The U.S. military early Saturday hit another Houthi-controlled site in Yemen that it had determined was putting commercial vessels in the Red Sea at risk. This a day after the U.S. and Britain launched multiple airstrikes targeting Houthi rebels. Joining us now to discuss further is Ken Gray. He's a senior lecturer in criminal justice and homeland security at the University of New Haven. Mr. Ken, always a pleasure having you here on Live Now from Fox. Good morning.
Good morning. Glad to be with you again, Jeanne.
Absolutely. So look, this seems like an ebb and flow situation. I know the U.S. was hoping that those initial strikes would be a wake-up call for them per se and say, look, we hope this stops, but now there's a hostage situation. All of this unfolding. Can you break down how we got to this point and what's the place of the situation right now?
Yes. So over the last couple of weeks, the Houthis have been attacking commercial vessels traveling through the Red Sea. And this has greatly disrupted international trade. The Suez Canal is a gateway to the Med, and so shipments from China and elsewhere travel through the Red Sea and up into the Mediterranean, saving themselves having to go all the way around Africa. And so this attacks by the Houthis have been impacting greatly upon commercial shipping. They claim that they were attacking ships that were either Israeli or making deliveries to Israel. However, many of their attacks have been against other ships of other flags and not impacting shipment to Israel. In response to this, finally, after an attack on an American vessel, the U.S., the UK, and a coalition of other partners launched an attack on Thursday night against the Houthis, striking targets throughout Yemen. Apparently, the Houthis, in response to that, launched a missile to show that they were still in the game, still fighting. And so, in response to that, last night, the U.S. launched an attack against a site to respond to that missile attack. The Houthis remained a problem. Apparently, this attack did not take out their capabilities. Thursday night's attack and Friday night's attack did not take out their capabilities. However, it did take out a number of their facilities, took out missile launching sites, took out drone operation sites, and some of their ammo sites. However, Yemen is a big country, and so it's hard to totally damage the Houthis' holdings there in that country with a limited amount of strikes like this.
Mr. Ken, many wondering why did this even happen? You know, all eyes were on the Israel-Hamas war and the tragicness that Hamas was doing, and they're wondering if the Houthis and Hamas have some type of bond or something, and this is why they did this attack.
So think about what's called the axis of resistance. It is an axis that stretches from Iran through Syria into Lebanon with the Hezbollah down to both Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, but now also including the Houthis. These are all countries that are aligned or powers that are aligned that are in opposition to Israel. And so as the Israeli conflict continues on in Gaza, this axis of resistance is now striking out in various means. Iran is the puppet master behind some of these attacks. They are the ones that are directing Hezbollah, which act at their direction, and the Houthis, which are being supplied weapons by Iran. And so you could really look at this as Iran's actions against Israel by attacking commercial vessels there in the Red Sea. The Houthis claim that they are aligned with the Palestinians. They are physically removed. They would have to go through Saudi Arabia, which they had been at war with up until last year. And so they cannot join in person. So they've been doing their attacks by launching missiles at Israel and now by dominating the Red Sea here with their attacks.
So the question now, Mr. Ken, is now what? Do you think these strikes will be the final point and the hostages that the Houthis have taken will be released, or will this be a continuous situation for weeks and months?
So I think the conflict continues on in Israel, and as long as that conflict continues on, I think this sideshow that is going on with the Houthis will continue. The problem is that the Houthis are not impacting the war itself. The Houthis are affecting commercial shipping, and so it's feeling its impact on getting oil and goods into Europe and getting goods and oil to China. And so this really does have an impact here by affecting shipping in the Red Sea. The Suez Canal is a very important gateway to the Med, and so this is causing many commercial vessels to make the additional expense and time of going all the way around Africa and avoiding this area.
Ken Gray, I always appreciate your expertise and perspective. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we let you go?
Yeah, we should also don't forget the fact that South Africa made accusations against Israel of conducting a war of genocide inside the Gaza Strip. They made their case on Thursday, and the Israelis responded to these accusations on Friday, rejecting this claim of genocide, saying that they had been attacked and that their response was in response to the attacks by Hamas and was not an act of genocide. So we should keep an eye towards that. As I've said in the past on this show and others, that the death toll continues to rise, and at some point Israel will be told to stop. Whether or not this act by the International Court of Justice is that thing that will finally stop this war, we will see.
Ken Gray there with the University of New Haven. Ken, as always, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, even though I know you'll be tuning back in with us for our later shows. So we'll see you in a few hours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Janae.
I'm Jeanne Francine. Let's go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, continuing with those top stories and headlines of the day. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Turning to a now controversial story that's in the headlines now. We know a drug used to treat diabetes is now being used as a weight loss drug. I'm talking about Ozempic. Joining us now to discuss further is Terry Turner. He's the senior writer with drugwatch.com. Terry, good morning to you. Thank you so much for waking up early with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Glad to be here.
So look, a lot to dissect with this story, and I know you're going to be the one to help us understand. So let's start with Ozempic. We know it was created for diabetes. How do we wake up one day and see that people are getting a prescription for this drug to now lose weight?
Well, Ozempic is exactly like Wegovy. They're the same drug, but Novo Nordisk, the company that makes them, got a weight loss approval from the FDA for Wegovy. They were selling that for people who wanted to lose weight. It was in high demand, so doctors started prescribing Ozempic, which is designed for diabetes patients, for an off-label use, since it's the same drug. Now, the reason that they're the same drug is that Novo Nordisk wanted to extend the patent, so they took the same formulation and got FDA approval for weight loss. A lot more people want to lose weight than have diabetes, and that has led to a shortage of both drugs right now.
And that's the concern. People who need this for a serious reason. Not to say weight loss can't be serious, because it can turn into a health risk. But many people who need this for diabetes now going without. What does this say about what people are doing to, one, lose weight, but two, going to any lengths to get these prescription drugs?
Well, like you said, this is causing problems for people who are using Wegovy to treat diabetes. They're having to look for alternatives. Or another problem that has popped up has been when you have shortages of drugs, and we're expecting to see these shortages continue through 2024 at least. But when you have shortages of drugs, the FDA allows compounding pharmacies to make the formulation. This has led to high numbers of poison control center calls. People are accidentally overdosing on Wegovy and on Ozempic because the brand name drugs are delivered in a pen. So you've got an exact dosage. When you go through a compounding pharmacy, it's in a vial, so you have to use a syringe, and people can get the wrong amount and accidentally overdose on this. And this causes some serious problems. People have been hospitalized, a lot of vomiting, nausea, stomach pain, and like I said, hospitalization. And that's an unforeseen consequence of this demand for these drugs for weight loss.
People taking it for weight loss and ending up in the hospital for something far worse than weight gain. Thank you for putting that into perspective. So moving forward, I want to ask you, do you think there need to be stricter regulations on this? And I'm asking because, you know, people could potentially die from doing this.
Yeah, it's something, regulations on this are pretty loose when you consider what the consequences are. It's hard to balance the idea of having these compounding pharmacies step in to address shortages, because you do need that to happen for a lot of drugs. But the big problem is simply that I don't think the company realized just how big the demand would be. I mean, a lot of people want to lose weight, and this seems to be an easy way. You take one shot a week and the weight just disappears. That's the way people see this. That isn't exactly what happens. It isn't 100% effective for everybody, but regulations are very tricky in this sort of situation, because you are looking at other drugs that you really do need for life-saving purposes, that you have to go through this process.
So moving forward, how do we solve this problem? Because unfortunately, this is not the first time a drug has been used for reasons that it was not created.
Well, they're probably going, the FDA is probably going to at some point approve Ozempic for weight loss, because like I said, it's the same drug as Wegovy, and the FDA has already approved it. The big problem is simply production capabilities, and Novo Nordisk is planning right now, they're already working on additional factories to manufacture these drugs. Again, I think it was probably just something that no one really foresaw when it became a weight loss drug, and the production wasn't there to meet the demand.
Terry Turner here, a senior writer with DrugWatch.com. Terry, thank you so much for joining us. Is there anything else you'd like to add before I let you go?
I think we've covered just about everything that there is to cover. I would say there, in the past week, there has been something very surprising, moved very fast, fastest moving story I've seen out of the federal government ever. On Monday, there was reports that the FDA was looking into Ozempic possibly causing suicidal thoughts. On Wednesday, there was a massive study that came out that said there was no difference from the general population and people taking Ozempic as far as suicidal thoughts went. And on Friday, FDA said preliminary results, they're not going to link Ozempic to suicidal thoughts, at least not now.
All right, we'll continue to keep a close eye on this, and I know you will, Mr. Terry, and so we'll make sure to check in with you for the latest when it comes to Drug Watch. We appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Right now, we're going to switch gears to another story we're following here on Live Now from Fox. On your screen, a live look at our XRAD system as we continue to track severe weather around the United States. Let's check in now with our content partners over at Fox 32 Chicago to see how they're keeping you weather ready.
Boost their campaigns need to keep going. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
More than 140 migrants are at the Chicago landing zone, remaining on buses as the storm's now coming to a close. The Office of Emergency Management and Communications says of that number, about 24 are minors. There are also migrants sleeping at both O'Hare and Midway Airport this morning. In response to the below freezing temperatures that are moving in this weekend, the city's decided to delay shelter evictions until January 22nd. The city had planned to evict dozens of migrants who had reached their 60-day limit starting on Tuesday. But Mayor Brandon Johnson says that won't happen during this extreme cold weather spell.
We are working to increase our capacity for resettlement and to expedite the process of moving migrants from landing zones into temporary shelters. Once they're in shelters, there's the 60-day stay policy, of course, is a policy that we put in place, but there are some exceptions to that policy, particularly during single-digit temperatures, as we are expecting within the next week or so. So to be clear, we're not evicting new arrivals out in the cold this winter.
The mayor says that the city spent $138 million on the migrant crisis. The budget this year is $150 million. Johnson says his goal is to only use what the city can afford. The city of Aurora opening its temporary warming center due to the drop in temps. It's located at the Aurora Transportation Center on North Broadway. It'll be open overnight from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. starting today and going through Monday morning. The city does provide water and snacks for those inside. Well, winter weather can bring some critical operations to a halt, and that includes less people donating blood. But not this guy, 76-year-old William Ward, braving the storm to make his 405th blood donation at Vitalent's Oak Lawn location on Friday. The company tells us that Ward has been donating blood and platelets since 1986, and employees went the extra mile to celebrate him. Thank you so much. And if you want to donate a pint today, head to Bronzeville, the Chicago Delta's sorority hosting the drive alongside the American Red Cross and in honor of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. It's happening at Destate Inc. on South King Drive and runs from 11 this morning to 2 this afternoon. Well, here's some news to warm up your thoughts. Chicago has announced its 2024 Summer Festival and event schedule. What are the biggest changes this year?
All right, and we appreciate Fox 32 Chicago for that very detailed coverage as they work to keep us weather ready. I want to switch gears now to another story we are following here on Live Now from Fox. You know, we were speaking with Mr. Terry with DrugWatch.com about how many people are trying to lose weight, and some people choosing to do so by putting the meat down for good. That means living a vegan or vegetarian lifestyle. Well, joining us live this morning to discuss further is lifestyle enthusiast Brittany Jones. Brittany, good morning to you. Thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I am doing well, Brittany. So look, many people have this resolution to live a healthier lifestyle, and for some, that means going vegan. I will say I'm from Memphis, so I love the barbecue, but I have had the thought, when you see how people are saying you don't feel so drowsy after eating and those types of things, I guess we can start with the first question. What does going vegan mean, and what's the difference between vegan and vegetarian?
So when it comes to veganism, and it's a very fine line. So veganism means you do not consume anything produced by animals or from animals. So you don't eat dairy, you don't eat meat, certain breads, certain sugars, and it gets really deep. Even sugars, some of them are not vegan. But vegetarian, they still eat eggs, they still consume dairy, stuff like that.
So, would you suggest people who are considering this lifestyle to just go cold turkey or kind of transition themselves into doing it?
Honestly, it depends on the person. I ease my way into it, and my family, we ease our way into it, but some people can just go cold turkey. So it's honestly, it depends on your body and your, I don't want to call it addiction level, but what you're used to when it comes to consuming animal products. I always recommend easing into it a little bit at a time. Like go pescatarian, then vegetarian, then vegan. It makes it so much easier and it doesn't hurt as hard,
And when you say going pescatarian, for the viewers that don't know, so that means cutting out the red meat, eating fish. That would be pescatarian, and then slowly weaning your way in. And look, I'll be honest with you, Brittany. I've seen your Instagram page, and you cook all of these delicious-looking meals. Can you kind of clean up the myth that vegans are basically rabbits? Y'all only eat carrots and iceberg lettuce. Because based on your page, the meals do not look boring, which is another misconception.
That is absolutely true. So I am not only a wife, but I'm a mama of 4 boys. 3 of those boys are teenagers, and the last one is on his way. So when you're switching, you have to be able to replace the things that your family's used to. So that's basically what I did, and it is not lettuce. When I first went vegan, it was very difficult to eat vegan because we didn't have as many options. But when you are trying to take away something and replace it with something else, in my mind, I'm like, it has to be just as good. So it's definitely not as hard as it seems. And you're right. My page shows that we still get to enjoy vegan chicken. We get to enjoy vegan fish. Everything that non-vegans can eat, we can eat in our own way. You just have to get creative and don't be afraid to season and use spices. That's major key.
Seasoning the food until the ancestors say stop seasoning the food. Look, Brittany, look, I want to ask you, so when it comes to cooking the certain food, is it also certain seasonings you can't use? Because, we did mention, adding flavor to it. And the reason I ask, I tried the whole turkey bacon thing, but turkey bacon does not taste like real bacon. Like, how do you go about getting that crispiness? Because I feel like you need to trick your mind in a sense, because you're so used to these flavors, even the smells, waking up on a Saturday morning with your mom downstairs cleaning the house, you smell the bacon cooking on the skillet. It's kind of like a mind game you need to play with yourself to kind of get yourself used to the food.
So that is exactly it. So it's all about flavors. It's all about the seasonings. And my children still wake up to the smell of bacon in the morning because you have to, for instance, vegan bacon, I usually use like tofu or mock bacon, but I'll add like a smoked paprika or a liquid smoke for that smoky smell and taste. And yes, when it comes to seasonings, you always have to read the labels because sometimes they contain milk, even when you wouldn't expect it. So it is kind of difficult, but if you think about it, all of the foods that you eat, you're not going to eat them without seasoning them. You're not going to just get a piece of chicken and boil it and then eat it like that. Like the flavors and the seasonings make the food what you want it to be. So I, along with other vegan influencers like myself, we've mastered ways to make our foods taste exactly the same. If you had any of one of my meals, you would never, ever know that it was vegan unless I told you.
Look, I will tell you, some of the food that you create, I'm like, is this really vegan? I saw you do something with like an egg bowl, and I was like, That looks like the large count I just bought from Walmart, but it wasn't. It was vegan eggs. Brittany Jones, I appreciate you. She's a vegan lifestyle enthusiast. Before you go, where can people go to get some of these creative ideas for vegan meals? I know you have a lot of resources you can share with the viewers.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I have a YouTube channel where I actually teach people how to make vegan food. So it's pineapple vegan. So pineapple, instead of a P like pineapple, it's an F, and vegan. So you go to my YouTube channel, my Instagram, TikTok, all of that. And I also have a vegan cheese sauce that I created. It's been through many names, but right now it's called Fave Sauce Chile con Queso. And it literally tastes like a chili con queso you get from a restaurant. And you can get that from my website, www.pineapplevegan.com.
Brittany, I'm excited. Look, I think that's my issue. The cheese, the carbs. I would be that person who switched to vegan, and I probably gained weight from all the pasta and the carbs that I eat. But look, that's another conversation for another day. I appreciate you joining us this morning, Brittany. I've had a pleasure speaking with you. It's been so fun. And we'll be checking back in with you throughout the year to see how people can, wean themselves off and do some of the encouragement and the tips that you shared. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, Brittany.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
I'm Jeanne Francine. Right now, we want to check in with our content partners at Fox 32 Chicago. They're sharing some tips on how to get your car ready for winter. Let's listen in.
Windshield wipers, make sure that they're, new or soft in good working order, and then check your tire pressures as well. In the colder days, your tire pressure goes down, so get those filled back up.
Right. Well, it sounds like a good idea to check out those things. Thank you for the hacks in keeping your car maintained. Matt Badgley with Rust-Oleum, thank you for your time. So you want to also keep an emergency kit in that car. You want to have a blanket and a flashlight and some water. You never know when trouble is around the corner. Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32 Chicago.
Good tips there. Thank you, Roseanne. Well, it may not be Wednesday, but the movie theaters are seeing pink this weekend. Jake sits down with the cast of the new Mean Girls movie. That's next.
All right, and we appreciate Fox 32 Chicago for that very detailed report. Let's check in now with Milwaukee, as their meteorologist is now speaking at their weather wall.
Tomorrow, but instead we are worried about the frigid temperatures. And one of the reasons why it's going to feel more frigid today, it's because of our winds. We're still dealing with wind gusts in the 30 to 35 mile per hour range, but this time they're out of the northwest. That's going to filter in some of the cooler air off to our northwest, and we can feel it this morning if you're heading out to shovel. We're in the low to mid 20s right now. Factoring in the winds, we feel like the single digits and teens. And because this sub-freezing air mass is with us, you will want to clear that snow today before tonight, when more of that could freeze into a solidified, at least rock ice kind of formation. As we look at what we're expected to have, though, for today, snow showers possible this morning, clouds the afternoon, another round of snow tonight, but it's our wind chills that will be in the single digits all day long. We are under a wind chill advisory now. This is going to start 3 a.m. tomorrow morning through noon on Sunday. Now, this is not the only day we're going to have this advisory around. We will have this for many more mornings to come this week, as wind chills will be quite cold and dangerous to be out in with exposed skin. Wind chills could be as low as -25 to -30. And again, we are going to track that colder air mass, which really is off to our northwest, but heading our way. Take a look at the wind chills, though, in Bismarck. -52. It is even worse heading towards the Dakotas. We are going to have our fair share of that cold air moving in, though, as we push further into today. So looking at sky vision in terms of our feel-like temperatures, also known as our wind chills, will be in the single digits all day long. Heading into tonight, we'll start to have those wind chills 5 to 10 below zero. And then as we get even colder, by tomorrow morning, we could be tracking some of the wind chills -20 to -30. That's why we have that wind chill advisory in effect for Sunday. It's not going to get much better, though. Even by the afternoon, we're still going to have wind chills -20 to -25 below zero. So really advise not to go outside tomorrow. And even as we head through the start of next week, notice we're still expected to have wind chills in the negative double digits. It'll get a little bit better by the end of the week, but all in all, it is going to be very cool. As we look at your 6-day planner, though, the cold temperatures stick around high, stay in the single digits until Wednesday. Then maybe we could see a high of 12 degrees.
Fox 6 Weather is sponsored by Western.
All right, we appreciate Fox 6 Milwaukee for that detailed coverage, giving you a look at our XRAD system. There you see the Midwest as this system continues to wreak havoc on that area, also along the northeast coast. Let's go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and when we come back, continuing with the top stories and headlines of the day. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, joining you this Saturday morning. It's Saturday, January 13th, 8:56 now on the East Coast. So almost the top of the hour, giving you another look at our XRAD system. And my goodness, we've been having live shots and showing you all coverage, and you all can see how this storm is impacting the area. Speaking of the Midwest, though, let's check again with our Fox content partners at Fox 6 Milwaukee.
Per hour. That's how much they're paying people, plus complimentary food and some warm breaks too. The National Weather Service gave Buffalo a winter weather warning for Sunday, saying travel will be difficult to impossible because of the blowing snow and near 0-degree wind chill. So feels good to be here now. As we stay here, why don't we look at Mitchell International, where some flights are flying in and out, people traveling to warmer destinations maybe. Meteorologist Lisa Michaels will have the full forecast on this snowy Saturday morning coming up.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMCs.
We appreciate Fox 6 Milwaukee for that coverage. If you're just now tuning in, though, I want to show you all a pretty cool shot coming out of Michigan. When I saw it, I was like, yeah, this definitely shows how this winter storm is impacting the Midwest. There you have a car in a parking lot, and you can see how there's literally a blanket of snow around the car. You can't even see the lines of where the cars would park. The top of the car is completely covered. I don't know if you can tell, but the car is red. So the car completely covered. All you can see are the tires. And we actually spoke with Fox Weather this morning, and even with getting in with some of our content partners, and they're saying that the snow is not supposed to let up anytime soon. Speaking with Robert Ray yesterday, he actually said that the Chicago area is supposed to get between 5 and 8 inches, and that number only expected to climb. So just when you think the storm has let up, here comes more snow, blizzard conditions, and some areas even have the threat of icy conditions. So as these temperatures continue to drop around the Midwest and even along the East Coast, the Northeast coast, we know areas of Albany, even Boston, Massachusetts are dealing with winter weather. But as these temperatures continue to drop, you will continue to get the threat of ice. And speaking with those who work with city government, who actually works to clear the roads, so you have those plow trucks and also the salt trucks, they say it's kind of different clearing snow when it's soft to clearing ice. It's a lot harder to clear that up. But speaking of the Chicago area, let's check in with their meteorologist now over at Fox 32 as he works to keep you weather ready.
Then it submerges. It goes below where you can't even see the numbers. It gets so cold. That's because we're going up for daytime highs the next couple of days after today around 0, with overnight low temperatures around 10 degrees below 0. And wind chill numbers that'll be around 35 degrees below 0. Here are the winds this hour. Winds gusting up to 32 miles per hour at Midway. Winds now gusting 39 miles per hour in Kankakee. So even with our 25-degree temperature, the warmest we're going to see in days, well, these are still some pretty nasty wind gusts. And the winds are going to be gusting pretty heartily as we go throughout most of the day, although they're going to trend downward. It's still going to be very breezy all the way through the day and through the night. So be particularly careful if you're out in any open country and you've got winds like that. Even with the slushy snow that we've had, there's going to be some blowing and drifting inevitably. So be careful of some whiteout conditions, blowing, drifting, icy roads. You know the drill. It's been a couple of years since we've seen temperatures this cold, so button up, button down, get her done, because that cold air is spilling all the way down basically to the Florida Gulf Coast. Visibility this hour, near 0 in Waukegan. 1 mile visibility right now in Aurora, 2 mile visibility on Interstate 80 right now in Morris. And you can see there are some 1s and 2s from Chicago Heights down to Kankakee. Again, with some blowing and drifting around with those high winds. There's still some snowfall coming down. We've had about 2.4 inches of snowfall overnight in O'Hare. At O'Hare, we've had about a ½ inch at Midway, and this snow continues to blow around. Still some light snow as we go through the morning off and on, all the way through the early afternoon, and still some flurries even as we go into the evening hours. Temps right now, 26 downtown, 26 degrees at both of the airports, though it is getting colder out to the west. 17 from Morris to Kankakee right now, 14 at Starved Rock. Futurecast shows still some snow showers throughout the morning. We'll see some additional flurries, flakes, and some isolated snow showers as we go through the evening hours as well. We will see some blowing and drifting with some high winds all the way through the weekend and brutally cold wind chills. We'll talk more about that coming up.
One day, Saturday, at the...
We appreciate Fox 32's meteorologist for that report. Let's check in now with Fox 6 Milwaukee's meteorologist now. She's standing at the weather wall, literally in a coat and a hat, because that's how cold it is in the area.
That will be with us through the day today. A lot of the snow, again, wrapping around the backside of this low, has drier air mixed in. So that's actually raising our snow ratios to a higher number, which essentially just means that we will have lighter snow with the rest of the system that will impact us through the morning and possibly another round of some light snow by tonight. Visibility is going to be reduced, as we can see out there in the distance, is still tracking some of the light snow moving down. Cars are moving slowly, though, especially these overpasses, bridges, anything where that cool air is going to sink underneath it. That's going to freeze any of the slush that may not be frozen on top of it. We are not expected to see temperatures back above freezing all week long. So plan on the snow sticking to the ground. If you can get out there, shovel it today before the real dangerous cold air moves in by tonight. We're going to break down how cold it's looking coming up.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. As the snow starts to slow down, thousands of people are waking up without power in our area. Let's go live to Durante Matthews, who joins us live in the Waukesha area, all bundled up this morning. Durante, what are people saying about their power being out? This must be annoying and frustrating for them.
Yeah, Aaron, annoying, frustrating, and surprising is what I got. A lot of people woke up to, as you can see, these lights out here. Lights out, and that's what we've noticed here over in, we're in New Berlin right now, specifically on Moreland and Mayflower. And there was one gentleman who we actually saw shoveling his driveway, and he's agreed to speak with us this morning. This is Dennis right here. So, Dennis, can you just talk to us about when did you lose power?
Last night, we were watching TV, and the power went off at about 6:40. We called We Energies at that time, and they could not give us any kind of prediction as to when it would be back on. So luckily we had a fireplace that was still working, so we were able to turn that on and still had heat in at least that one room. And then I called again this morning just a little bit before 2 a.m. and they said it'd be back on at 2. So we said, well, we'll go to bed, cover up with lots of covers and stay warm that way. And then I got up this morning about 6:30 or 6:40 and called again, and they said it'd be back up at 7 a.m. Well, here we are almost, 9, and it's still not up. So that's a little frustrating, I guess, when that happens, because you would hope that we would get power back, in a reasonable amount of time, or at least a prediction that would be somewhat honest. I've been out here shoveling. This is about the 5th time that I've shoveled. You can see how high the snow has been piled up. And I wanted to give you an interesting fact, if you want it. These gloves, mittens, they were flown in World War II by my father-in-law. He was a bombardier pilot in England, and he took over for Jimmy Stewart as a command pilot. And he gave me these gloves, so I've been using them to shovel snow ever since.
Well, I'm glad that they definitely came in handy this time, and it's around 8 o'clock now, and so you've been without power for half a day now.
Over 12 hours now, yes.
Over 12 hours, got you. But I'm so glad that you actually had that fireplace in there. And you told me that it's surprising to be without power. Why is that?
Well, because about 2 years ago, they went through this entire subdivision and redid the wires because they're all underground. So that's why I'm surprised that we lost power, because all of it's underground. So unless we're fed somewhere, I don't know, by an overhead line that could have gone down by a tree or whatever, but We Energies has not given us any information as to what the cause of the outage is.
Got you. Well, what we do know that this is still a very fluid situation right here. People are losing power left and right. It's coming on and it's coming off. So this is something that they're going to be working on all day, is the information that we got from that. So do you just have a message for those who are without power right now?
Well, stay safe. Don't overdo it, especially the snow. A lot of it's wet and heavy now. I know if you have a chance to get the snow up off your driveways now, you're better off, because the fact that the temperature's supposed to drop, and it's a slushy, especially where the trucks had gone through at the end of driveways, and that'll become rock hard as it freezes. So I would just say, be healthy, take care, help your neighbors.
All right, well, thank you so very much for that, Dennis. You heard it here live in New Berlin. Durante Matthews, Fox 6 News.
Okay, thank you. You can hear that frustration in his voice. We will have a live interview with We Energies at 8:30. We're working to get answers for him and other people just around our area. Thanks, Durante. It's 8:06 now. Water has been restored for people living in Milwaukee's Florist District. Check out all this video. People in the area were dealing with reduced water pressure following a water main break. This is near 91st and Mill. Goodness. Milwaukee Water Works crews tell us crews and private contractors have been on site all night to fill the void created by this main break.
Lifted from its, we wouldn't call it foundation, but it's lifted from its usual place, probably 4, 5, 6 inches in some places. It looks like a waterfall.
A waterfall, a lake, all of that. People in the area that were affected by the low water pressure yesterday afternoon should flush their taps for 5 to 10 minutes. This will make sure you are getting fresh water. Milwaukee Water Works asked drivers to avoid the intersection of 91st and Mill. Let's move now from the snow to the bitter cold. With freezing temperatures on the way, people across southeastern Wisconsin are in a rush to clear the driveways. With several inches accumulating, there's a chance that all this snow and slush that we're dealing with will freeze over and turn into rock hard ice. That's hard to walk and drive on. It's also hard to shovel. Fox 6 spoke with one man from Menominee Falls. He says he's been out working to clear his driveway every hour.
I got to get all kind of cleaned up before
before it gets bitterly cold like they're predicting, because otherwise it's going to be just complete ice.
He says it's also important to check with your neighbors if they need help shoveling. As crews work to clear the snow around our area, many communities still under snow emergencies. Right now, the city of Milwaukee is not under a snow emergency, but Milwaukee County is, Waukesha County is as well. Kenosha and Burlington snow emergencies go through midnight tonight. St. Francis also goes until midnight. With a massive snowfall, Milwaukee's DPW reminding you, do not shovel, blow, or plow snow back into the streets. Shovel your sidewalk and corners within 24 hours after the snow has stopped falling, and help your neighbors. Clear the fire hydrant near your home properly as well, and clear snow and ice around and on top of your garbage and recycling carts. You can stay ahead of the winter weather when you have the Fox 6 Storm Center app on your phone. Download it for free, and you'll get access to severe weather alerts and the Fox 6 weather webcast. Still to come on Wake Up, we got to show you a very cute picture. This is Lexus looking for a forever home.
And we appreciate Fox 6 Milwaukee for that detailed coverage. I want to check in really quickly with Fox 32 Chicago as they're talking about those warming centers opening up their doors to brave you from the cold weather.
Service Center at 10 South Kidsey is open 24 hours a day.
Anyone seeking respite from the cold can access these centers for warmth. Those who will need overnight shelter can work with staff who will help connect them to available shelter by calling 311.
You can find a complete list of warming center locations and hours on our website, fox32chicago.com, or you can dial 311. Well, in Evanston, the city's extending warming center hours this weekend and into next week. We have a few locations. They'll pop up on your screen. There'll also be some phone numbers there. To name a few, the Levy Senior Center, Robert Crown Community Center, and Gibbs Morrison Cultural Center. Anyone who needs help getting to any of the centers, you can call those numbers that you see there on your screen. Well, let's talk about the heat. Indoor heat, that is. Chicago has an ordinance requiring landlords to provide heat. Temperatures have to be a minimum of 68 degrees from 8:30 in the morning to 10:30 at night, and 66 degrees the rest of the day. The Department of Buildings enforces that ordinance. Landlords who fail to provide adequate heat face fines $500 to $1,000 per day per offense.
If you are a renter and your landlord is not providing adequate heat or no heat at all, please contact 311 to report the matter, and the building department will go out. We have inspectors out on the weekends, and we'll have inspectors out on the holidays to serve our.
The commissioner said system malfunctions are no excuse because landlords are responsible for keeping heating systems in working order. Evanston lifting its parking ban as the storm didn't drop as much snow as expected, but the city's still asking residents to voluntarily avoid parking on snow routes as plows continue to be out and about. Well, there's certainly one group of people who were living their best lives yesterday, kids who were off school. Our Casey Cronus found some sliding into the weekend out in Aurora.
Good morning. This is something many kids haven't had a chance to experience yet this winter, and even the rain for a good part of yesterday didn't keep families away. Take a look. Oakhurst Forest Preserve Sledding Hill was busy with kids of all ages, teens and adults who were looking for a thrill. With 3 different hills, there was something for everyone, but one thing was certain: no matter which slope they chose, they were drenched at the end of it. After all, a lot of the snow turned to slush during that rainfall yesterday. Still, students who had a snow day, like one UIC student we chatted with, say they were making the best of it.
Woke up and I knew I wanted to go out sledding. I didn't have a sled, so I hopped on Facebook Marketplace. I found one. I got a good deal, $35. I got a snow sled. It's literally a skateboard made for the snow, and a lot of different companies sell them out there, but it's fun. It's a blast to take out here on the slopes.
And there he goes, holding steady as he makes his way down the hill. This clip right here was only his second attempt. Meanwhile, Aurora city officials are bracing for a frigid weekend. In addition to preparing for that, the local zoo, Phillips Park Zoo, says they will be shutting down today through Monday in an effort to keep the animals safe when the temperatures drop. Reporting in Aurora, Casey Cronus, Fox 32, Chicago.
And that zoo does plan to reopen in Tuesday out in Aurora. Well, the Brookfield Zoo will not open until noon today because of the harsh cold. But that hasn't stopped the animals from having a good start to their weekend. The zoo sharing some photos of bears, wolves, and seals all enjoying the snowfall. One seal even kind of getting up close and personal with a snowman. Hopefully there's the wolf, and hopefully we'll see that picture. There it is. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's nice. Well, sorry, X-File fans. If you wanted to believe the aliens out of Mexico, we've got some bad news. The latest findings out of Peru next.
He was born in Atlanta, but his dream resonates around the world. He stood for nonviolence and equality. His message still empowers us, and every year we honor his sacrifice. I'm Dieter Dukes. Join us for the Martin Luther King Jr. Commemorative Service.
Monday at 9 a.m. on My 50 Chicago.
We appreciate Fox 32 Chicago for that detailed coverage. And then you also got a preview of what they plan to do for MLK Day, which is Monday. And of course, we'll have all of those events live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. The time now 9:14 on the East Coast. Let's go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, continuing with those top stories and headlines of the day. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. So happy you're waking up with us and tuning in on this Saturday morning. It is January 13th. Let's switch gears to another top story we're following here on Live Now. Higher energy and housing prices boosted overall U.S. inflation in December. It's a sign that the Federal Reserve's drive to slow inflation to its 2% target will likely remain a bumpy one. Tuesday's report from the Labor Department showing that overall prices rose 0.3% from November and 3.4% from 12 months earlier. Those gains exceeding the previous 0.1% monthly rise from November and were slightly above economists' forecasts. Well, speaking of economists, we want to check in now with William Neal Reynolds, distinguished professor and extension economist at North Carolina State University. Mike Walden joining us now. to discuss. We appreciate you joining us this morning here on Live Now, Mike. And as always, good morning and also Happy New Year to you. We spoke last year about the inflation report, but this is the first time we're speaking this year. Good morning to you.
Well, good morning and Happy New Year too. And hopefully it's going to be a Happy New Year for people who are going to buy items. You're exactly right on summarizing the inflation report that we had at the consumer level, the so-called consumer price index. It was a little disappointing. We have seen a downward trend in inflation. We still have inflation. That's one thing I want to point out real fast. When the average person who is not an economist, thank goodness, they're doing very productive things, they hear someone say, well, the inflation is down. They read that as meaning prices are down, and that's not the case. Even though the inflation rate, the rate at which prices are going up, has gotten more moderate, prices are still going up. And the Federal Reserve's goal is not to send prices down. It's actually to send them to a moderate level of increase, so year over year of 2%. So we're always going to have some inflation. The problem is that we had a situation where we had inflation rate year over year going up to almost double-digit rates, 7.1% about a year and a half ago. That's moderated, as you indicated, to 3.4% in the last reading for December. The Fed wants to get it down to 2%. The trend has been downward, but as you very rightly said, it's going to be a bumpy ride. We're not going to see improvement every month. And the other thing for people to keep a close watch on are their earnings, what they earn from their job, from their investments, et cetera, money they can live off of. Is that going up at a pace that exceeds inflation? The problem is that if you look since 2019 overall, that's not the case. That's, I think, the real reason why people are upset with the economy. Their standard of living literally is lower now than it was pre-pandemic. Now, the last 3 months, that's reversed a little bit. There's been improvement, but overall, if you go back to pre-pandemic, people are not able to buy the quality and quantity of goods and services that they bought in 2019 that they could buy now.
Mike, I always love how you break things down, because even if you don't understand the economy and inflation, you break it down so that a fourth grader could understand. So I appreciate you for that. I want to tell you, it's the second week of the new year and many people wanting to elevate. So that means maybe a new car, maybe that means a new home, but kind of hard to do when grocery prices seem to still be high. How does all of this impact one another?
Well, actually, ironically, the Federal Reserve, which is really the agency that takes charge when we do have an inflation problem, they actually want consumers to sort of defer some of their spending. That will take pressure off prices, and that will moderate the inflation rate. Now, the trick for them is they don't want to do it so aggressively that not only do consumers moderate their spending, but they actually decrease spending, and we have a recession. Unfortunately, if you look at the 13 situations in our economy since World War II, we're in a situation where we are now, where we have inflation higher than what we want. Federal Reserve steps in, raises interest rates, tries to slow the economy. That slowing actually manifested itself into a recession. That's what we don't want to have happen. And thus far, the good news is that we don't seem to see a recession over the horizon. We see more moderation, more moderate spending increases, more moderate job gains, but not declines. And that's if the Federal Reserve is able to pull this off, and by pull this off, I mean by, let's say, the end of this year, we get down to that magic 2% inflation rate year over year without a recession, that'll be amazing.
So how do you plan ahead when we have these conversations? Because so many people my age, millennials, you find them talking about how they're living paycheck to paycheck because they don't know what's going to happen with inflation. So they are trying to save money, but they're saving money in case a tire goes out instead of maybe spoiling themselves and having a steak dinner on a Friday night.
Well, I do think that especially the first half of 2024 will be similar to what we've just come off of. A lot of people who are in the situation like you described have been needing to defer doing fun things. They've been needing to defer, say, if they were looking to buy a house or a car, et cetera. I would encourage people in that situation to continue that. But what I would tell them, I think there is some sunshine over the horizon. I think by the end of this year, for example, if you were looking to buy a house, right now you're looking at borrowing money at least a 7% interest rate. I would anticipate that could be down to maybe 4 or 5% by the end of this year, and similar things with other kinds of loans. So I think that the average person who really needs the budget, and that's most of us, really needs the budget, unfortunately, I think they need to continue doing that in 2024, but I do think the end of 2024 will show them that we're in a better place, and leading into 2025 when maybe they can get back to some normal situation. For example, young people who are starting a family and they need a house will be able to buy that house.
And Mike, I don't know if it's too soon to even ask this question, so you can say, Gina, slow your roll. But many people looking ahead to tax season because they know they will get that refund check. Do you find the inflation report kind of impacting that as well, or do you not see it impacting that tax sector?
Well, ironically, what happens every year, now, of course, 2023 is gone, so your taxes have already been locked in. In fact, most people have already paid their taxes in terms of withholding. But ironically, when you hear about inflation, that actually helps us with our taxes because, and I don't want to get in the weeds here of technicality, but the tax rates are adjusted every year so that inflation does not just push you up into a higher tax bracket. That would not be good. And fortunately, the IRS takes that into account. So if you've gotten pay raises that if you look at that and say, oh, I'm going to get up into a higher tax bracket and pay more taxes, no, those tax rates for 2024 will be adjusted.
So as we look ahead, what can we expect for the Labor Department? Do they plan to do anything, or are they sitting back and watching, trying to figure it out themselves, Mr. Mike?
Well, I think I have been telling groups that I speak to that I'm looking at 2024 as really a year with two economies. I think the first half will be bumpy. I've already alluded to that too. I think the job growth will continue to slow. I think consumer spending will continue to slow. People will continue to have to budget. I don't think we're going to see slow enough that we go backwards. That's one of my points here. Backwards would mean a recession. I think we're still going to go forward, but at a very, very slow pace. We may see a couple months where unemployment goes up. So I would tell people, if you have a job and maybe you're looking to change to another job, probably put that aside. You want to stay employed. But then I think the good news will be in the second half of the year. I think that's when the Federal Reserve is going to cut interest rates. And I think by the time we get to the end of 2024, interest rates will be lower, the job market will be better, consumer spending will be better, and that'll set us, put us in a position to have a much better 2025 where those high inflation rates are and high interest rates are in the past.
So look, from that I gather there is hope. That is something positive we can hold on to. Mike Walden, I always appreciate you joining me here on Live Now from Fox. Is there anything else you'd like to add before I let you go?
Well, when people ask me what should they be watching, certainly you should watch inflation and you should watch your paycheck. As long as your paycheck is going up at the same rate as inflation, then at least you're holding constant. If it's not, then you are falling back. And a lot of people, unfortunately, are in that second category. So, and don't be deceived when you hear some people say, well, inflation's lower. That doesn't mean prices are lower. Some prices are, but overall prices are still going up. And that's normal. They'll continue to go up. It's the level at which they're going up is the problem. So maybe use 2024 to pay attention more to the economy and understand really what's going on. Hopefully people like me and others and you can help. But I think 2024 is going to be a transition year from not very good economic numbers to better economic numbers in 2025. So yes, I think there is light at the end of the tunnel.
Light there at the end of the tunnel. Mike Walden, I always appreciate you joining us again. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend, Mike.
You too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As we switch gears now, I want to actually check in with our content partners as they continue to keep us weather ready. These content partners at Fox 6 Milwaukee.
To know for your weekend coming up.
We're just getting started with this.
So it seems like they went to break, which is okay because we actually need to take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, continuing with Winter Weather Watch, keeping you informed about the roadways. We know there are several flight delays. We want to keep you informed before you leave the house and before you leave the hotel so you're not sitting at the airport with hours upon hours of delays or even cancellations. So we'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, now 9:30 on the East Coast. Really quickly, I want to share you some information for a top story we are following here on Live Now. According to our content partners over at the Associated Press, the U.S. military early this morning hitting another Houthi-controlled site in Yemen that it had determined was putting commercial vessels in the Red Sea at risk. Now, all of this a day after the U.S. and Britain actually launched multiple airstrikes targeting Houthi rebels. Associated Press journalists at Yemen's capital telling that they actually heard a loud explosion. U.S. Central Command saying the follow-on action this morning against a Houthi radar site was conducted by the Navy destroyer USS Carney using Tomahawk land attack missiles. The first day of strikes Friday, hitting 28 locations and hitting more than 60 targets. President Joe Biden actually warned Friday that the Houthis could face further strikes. The latest strike came after the U.S. Navy on Friday warned American-flagged vessels to steer clear of areas around Yemen in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden for the next 72 hours after that initial airstrike. The warning came as Yemen's Houthis vowed fierce retaliation, further raising the prospect of a wider conflict in a region already beset by Israel's war in Gaza. U.S. military and White House officials saying they expect the Houthis to even try to strike back. So that's the very latest information coming in this morning from our content partners at the Associated Press as the U.S. military did strike another Houthi-controlled site in Yemen. Well, let's switch gears now as we continue to follow many top stories here on Live Now from Fox, giving you a live look now at 9:31 here in our Live Now studio at our XRAD system as we work to keep you weather ready. Let's check in with our content partners over at Fox 6 Milwaukee as I see their meteorologist is updating the public on power outages.
Again, they're working their hardest, especially given the conditions at hand. It is even colder today, and we're still dealing with hazardous travel. We had Linda send in this photo of a tree carrying the heavy snow from the beginning of this event. We can see those branches kind of look like they're bent down at the bottom. We also had another picture. Tim sent this in from Elkhart Lake of just these branches bending over due to the heavy snow sticking to that. And Lisa sent this in this morning near the zoo of a big branch that just snapped. So a lot of the power outages easily could have been caused by some of the branches falling off of trees, falling on lines. I've even seen power lines sagging because of the heavy snow on them. So if you're driving today, again, be cautious, be mindful. Crews are trying to restore the power as quickly as they can, but it's still going to be a while before we start to recover from all the impacts of this winter storm.
Those images are certainly something. Thank you for that, Lisa. It's 8:32, and We Energies is working to repair tens of thousands of power outages this morning as the storm knocked out electricity for many people. Brendan Conway with We Energies joins us live this morning. Brendan, thank you so much for being with us once again. You know, we just heard from a man in New Berlin who's very frustrated by this situation. He's been without power for some time now. When can people expect to have their lights on?
Yeah, morning, Aaron. So we have restored power to more than 120,000 customers during this storm. The real issue is, as we're getting people restored, we're seeing more outages, not just because of the snow and the wind, but because eventually sometimes we're seeing these limbs that maybe didn't give way the first 10 hours of the storm that just gave way. And so we're certainly throwing everything we have at this storm. We just received news this morning, some good news, that we're getting extra contract crews, extra utility crews from across the state, parts of the state that weren't hit as hard as ours are going to come in to help. But of course, they're driving through these really treacherous roads as well. So things are going a little bit longer than obviously anybody wants. We would say to that gentleman in New Berlin and anyone who's without power right now, number one, we appreciate your patience. Number two, know that we are working incredibly hard. Number three, as soon as we get estimates for your individual outage, we're putting that information in our online outage map through our app. And so that's really the best way to get the latest information about your individual outage. Go to our website or to our app.
Brendan, what is the biggest challenge that crews are facing right now?
The amount of outages at this point. We have hundreds of what we call individual outages. So hundreds of outages that are going to require us to send a crew to that you're going to restore power to one customer. That customer is incredibly important. But on top of that, we also have hundreds of outages where there are thousands of customers out. So we're working really hard to address all of those. But in a large outage situation like this, we're always going to focus on public safety. We're going to focus on areas, critical hospitals, police departments, fire departments, and then start to work our way down and start to repair the outages that impact the most customers. So if you're one of those individual customers, it's probably going to take longer for us to get to you. Doesn't mean we've forgotten about you. Doesn't mean we're not going to do it. But that's just the reality is, even we're going to throw hundreds of resources at this today, it's still going to take some time because there's just so many outages.
So Brendan, what advice, what tips does We Energies have for people who don't have power right now?
Again, make sure you've reported your outage. Number one, that's a very important thing to do. Keep your doors closed, right? Don't go in and out of the house if you can avoid it, to help keep some of that heat in. Make sure you have that emergency kit available. If you feel like it's getting dangerous or you need electricity for some sort of medical device, always have a backup plan. Go somewhere else. We do understand some municipalities and some counties are opening warming shelters. We'd encourage you to contact your local municipality. You can call 211 to get that information. And just know that we're not going to stop until everyone's power is back on.
Was We Energies prepared for this snowstorm that we just dealt with?
Yeah, I mean, like everybody else, we were keeping an eye on the storm. I mean, we'll go back and look and see where the track of the storm was, but it seems very likely that once snow totals come in, wind totals come in, that the stretch where we're seeing the biggest outages, that's where we're going to see the biggest snow and the biggest wind totals. You know, the reality is we can't control Mother Nature, but what we can control is what we do after she blows through a storm like that, and that's what we're focused on.
Brendan Conway, thank you so much for being with us this morning. I know you're very busy. Crews are very busy this morning, too, so we appreciate the update.
Thank you.
You are looking at some incredible viewer video from David in Waterford. Heavy snow putting pressure on power lines, and as you can see, it just sparked and began to flare on up. Luckily, no one was hurt in this situation right here. Let's stay on this power outage situation. For that, we want to go out live to Durante Matthews, who has been in different parts of southeastern Wisconsin. He's in the New Berlin area now. Durante, what are you seeing out there? What are you hearing from people, too?
Yeah, Aaron, it's nice and bright out here. Unfortunately, that is not what a lot of people are seeing indoors. We've hit up different spots in both Milwaukee County and Waukesha, and people are seeing exactly what those street lights are showing, lights out. And as you mentioned, yeah, we're here in New Berlin, and again, I am with Dennis, who has just spoken with We Energies again for, I want to say, the third time in about 14 hours. What did they have to say to you?
Again, every time I call, they give me an update saying it'll be within the next 20 minutes. It'll be back up, but I've done that every time I've called. The first time I called, of course, they didn't give me an exact time, but then the second time I called, they said it would be within 20 minutes. The third time I called, they said it would be within 20 minutes. Now, the fourth time, again, they said it'd be up at 9:01, and again, we're hopeful, but not thinking it's really going to happen. So hopefully.
Got you. And you also mentioned that this is not, you're not used to this area having power outages, especially with the snow. How's that making you feel?
Well, I think the thing that's a little upsetting is the fact that they went through this subdivision just a couple of years ago and redid all the underground wiring. And I thought that would solve our problems because we did have more outings back when we had the old wiring, but when they redid it, we thought, well, it would be safe, but obviously that didn't happen. So we don't know if the power is being fed externally from a pole or whatever that's causing the outage, but we're a little bit surprised that we've lost power for this length of time, over 14 hours now.
And is this affecting your plans for the day?
Well, yes, and it is. We were supposed to go to my granddaughter's basketball tournament, and I don't know if it's canceled or not. And I do basketball as a table official, and those games did get canceled at Alverno today. So I guess yes, and I'm a person who likes my coffee in the morning, and now I got to try to leave the house in this inclement weather to try to find some coffee someplace.
That's one thing you have to start off the day. So how are you making do inside with no lights and I'm assuming no central heating?
We're fortunate that we have a fireplace, and that keeps at least one end of the home warm. And we have flashlights. And again, if you're lost power, I would say make sure you check your batteries often, because obviously they come in important now when you have no lights in the middle of the night and you have to get up and go to the bathroom or something. It's nice to have some lights.
Got you. Any last minute thoughts before I let you go on your pursuit for coffee?
No, I just say tell people to be safe. This too will pass. This is Wisconsin. We have to expect our up and down weathers, and most important of all things, go Pack Go.
All right. And we will leave it off on that. Thank you so much, Dennis. And I'm going to toss it back to you, Aaron, in the studio, live in New Berlin. Durante Matthews, Fox 6 News.
Coffee, go Pack Go. Love that energy that he has this morning. Hey, Durante, I know you were working in Illinois before this. This is your first Wisconsin snowstorm. How you feeling about it?
Not feeling too good right now. I feel like your weather is mocking me right now. It's light out here, but I feel no sun. Like what is this? I am not happy, but I guess I'll have to make do.
You got to get used to it, my friend. Thank you for that. It's 8:40. We want to turn now to this video. Have you seen it on social media, this picture right here? That's Packer quarterback Jordan Love, number 10, helped out this woman. She was stuck in a snowdrift. The Packers writing things you love to see. And the woman says it was the last thing she expected to see.
It was so cool. It was so random. You know, it's the middle of a blizzard. Last thing I was expecting was my star quarterback of my favorite team ever to come try and help me. So it was so cool. It made my day.
Made a lot of people's days right there. You know what? He has a good arm, so probably definitely helped her out as well. You can watch Sunday's game right here on Fox 6. Our coverage begins at 2 p.m. with a special edition of Fox 6 News. Kickoff is at 3:30. There's a special edition of Fox 6 News right after the game. Our sports team will wrap up everything on the Blitz at 10:35. A lot more Wake Up right after this break.
We appreciate Fox 6 Milwaukee for that detailed coverage. But look, you guys, I want to share this interesting image with you all coming out of Michigan. I've been showing you all this image throughout the morning just so you all can see how heavy and impactful this winter storm is. So this car in the middle of a random parking lot, and they've zoomed in on it just to show how the car, besides the tires, is completely covered in snow. And then you see that beautiful white blanket of snow surrounding it. I mean, it was snowing earlier when we went to this shot. It seems like the snow has kind of died down, but this is an ebb and flow situation, so the snow could pick back up. But I'll continue to show you all this image throughout the morning. Let's check in out our content partners at Fox 32 to see how they're keeping you weather ready.
Shops sold more than $1.6 billion worth of recreational marijuana in 2023. That's a 5% increase from the previous year. Recreational sales generated more than $400 million in tax revenue for the state. And today in Lincolnwood, a new dispensary is opening and hoping to cash in on all that green. The Green Rose Dispensary is set to open with a ribbon cutting this morning at 10:30. The grand opening will also feature local vendors and restaurants for the public to enjoy from noon to 7 this evening. This is the first dispensary in Lincolnwood, and it's located up on Touhy Avenue. New year, new car, at least for some of you out there.
All right, so it seems like they're talking about the latest with cannabis sales out there in Chicago, but nevertheless, they will be getting back to their winter weather coverage shortly. Right now, giving you a quick look at our XRAD system, and you can see how this winter storm continues to flow eastward, impacting several places, Boston, Albany, New York, but also impacting the Chicago area, the Detroit area, and even the Milwaukee area. Several cities there on your screen, and then continue to flow up north as well. Let's get to our third 2-minute commercial break right now. When we come back, continuing with top stories and headlines of the day. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It is 9:46 on the East Coast. Continuing now with top stories of the day we're following here on Live Now from Fox. A lot going on, you guys, in the political headlines as we look ahead to the Iowa caucus and even a potential government shutdown. Joining me live to discuss further is UCF professor Dr. Larry Walker. Dr. Walker, I always appreciate you waking up with me here on Live Now from Fox and sharing your expertise with the viewers. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So, Dr. Walker, as we're talking about the Iowa caucus, I mean, we're seeing all of the snow that is happening out there and the weather. Everyone who's been out there this week, I know Vivek Ramaswamy has been out there in Iowa, Nikki Haley, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, all of them talking about the weather, and even some of their rallies have been delayed because of it. As we look ahead to Monday, what can people expect, and do you think the weather is going to play a big role in it?
So it looks like the weather's going to play a huge role. I don't know, people from Iowa are used to this kind of thing, but it sounds like from the forecast, this is even bad for the state of Florida. So the state of Iowa. So essentially, what we're looking at is Iowa has a caucus compared to most places that have kind of a traditional primary season. So it's going to be a problem because for traditional places in other states, people can kind of show up and vote, but for when caucuses, it's more challenging.
I'm literally like on a roll meeting people. One person says, what would it say? Go march over there, do us all a favour and jog on. They need to jog on out of mile 5. Another pick me. Gosh, there's so many pick me's on my life today. Free Palestine! And genocide! And apartheid! Free Palestine! And the genocide! Oh my god, these officers are actually quite hot. They're actually quite hot. Yeah, I like their build. They've got a good build. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! And the genocide! And the genocide! And apartheid! And apartheid! Free Palestine! I've never actually been to this area. I don't. I used to like politics when I was a kid. And as an adult, I was just like, I feel like politics kind of
a war, it's ethnic cleansing. Exactly, it's a genocide. And South Africa is the only one that's taken a step to do something about it. I mean, like, legally. Obviously, Yemen is doing its part, but it's about time that these countries get called out for what they're doing. Are they all going to Yemen? Yeah, would you like to join us? Really? Oh, right, okay. We'll take you with us, Dev. You can join us as well. Zayn, we're going to take all of these people with us. They can join us as well. No, Dev, you don't have a choice. We're taking you as well.
This section of the highway stinks. Really rough. fix this here. I believe that's 127, this road here. So, I think this highway 127 here, so we'll take that down, then cut over and go east. It's nice and crunchy. And rough. That would suck to change a semi-tire in this weather. Now that it's snow band. Let's give 127 a chance here. So who do you think's going to win today? The Chiefs or the Dolphins? Medics on the run. So 127 is it's not too bad. Sun's peeking through a little bit. What in the Sam hell are you doing? Nice turn signal. Just brilliant. was nice of them to pull over and let me go through. Well, that wind coming from the right get your attention. Trees look beautiful. We gotta switch to four-wheel drive here. Looks like another snow being up ahead. Or blowing snow. Ooh, this is really rough. Plows haven't touched 127 south. I don't think at all. It's pretty rough. like a wonderland. Can't even clean out the windshield of the car. Don't think anybody's passing on this road today. Can't really look down and see what you guys are saying, but I'm in Michigan on Highway 127 South. Head towards the, I guess maybe the Indiana border. And plows of might have or might have not touched this road. Just hasn't been in a while. Hudson, Michigan, I take it, 9 miles. Visibility, what, quarter mile? Hell, it's hard to see where even the road's at. Getting in there. Maybe that tractor's going down there to help them. Maybe not. shape. Now the snow band. He's towing that car. Picked the wrong day to tow a car. A lot of dead limbs down. Be right back, folks. Sorry, folks. Video froze and I was making a phone call there. So we're back. And yes, whiteout. You can't see. So a lot of ground effects snow, what you're seeing right now, because I can actually almost, the sun's starting to peek out through the clouds, but that ground effect snow, that wind is blowing hard. So again, we're on Highway 127 in Michigan, heading south into northern part of Indiana, Ohio. And so we decided to take the road less traveled to see what it's really like. A 2-lane life. And it's slow going, I can tell you that. Sometimes you can't really distinct where the road's at. Like right here. So yes, both hands were on the steering wheel. Yeah, near whiteout conditions back here with snow blowing. Cross into Ohio. Man, you can't see anything. Pure whiteout. Yeah, that's crazy. Where? I-20 East is what we want. So now I'm going with the wind. Wasn't that a movie? Oh, I was Gone with the Wind. Sorry, folks, I can't read if you're texting or anything or chatting. Concentrating on the road here. That's a sheet of ice underneath there. The wind will blow you. I felt the truck slide a little bit there to the left. More ground effect here. So we're on US 20, the 2-lane version US 20 before it turns into a super slab somewhere up here by Napoleon or by Toledo. And we're heading eastbound. And so we're going to probably head over to Lake Erie, Cleveland, and Erie, Pennsylvania. If the wind conditions are right, there'll be a lot of snowfall. If the winds are in the right direction. And we'll head back to Columbus, Ohio later this evening. So yeah, I started out about 3 o'clock this morning. After not feeling well, so need to be able to watch the football game. So temperature, so about an hour ago, it was 30 degrees. Here, it's now 24 degrees. Six degrees within the hour. Shit, here we go again. Can't see nothing. Oh shit. I can't see anything, folks. There we go. So yeah, things are in the backcountry kind of dicey. I don't think it's blizzard condition per se. And while I got you, if you would, reach down and click on the like button. I'd greatly appreciate it. And you can also, you're more than welcome to click on the subscribe button to my channel. That also would be greatly appreciated. Wow. It's like I changed into a different county and the road conditions got better, but they didn't. Just the fence line, tree line over there. Yeah, out here in the Ohio flatlands, farmland, it's just wind's cranking. And yeah, you can't see the road times. at all. Yeah, this is US 20. Now we're rolling. Those are some tall telephone poles. Hopefully the wildlife are laying down, meaning the deer. Or a bear. Let's see here. Toledo, 27 miles. Hopefully the audio is improved. Made a mic adjustment, so I stuck a condensant mic in a camcorder. I think it's made a difference, so you guys don't hear all the grumbling in the background. Shift out of four-wheel drive into two-wheel. So road conditions here are pretty good. Back there was definitely dicey. Just glad nobody was behind me. sun peeking out now. Looks like a snow being off to my right side.
And I think that the slide that we're seeing, the decline that we're seeing, I don't think it's inevitable. I think it's a choice. But we got to choose right in 2024. We have to make sure that we reverse the trajectory of this country. And if we don't, I think we're going to end up being in a hole that's going to be very difficult to dig out of. And that's going to have huge impact on all of us, but particularly our kids and our grandkids. So that's a big motivator for us in terms of why we're running. But I'll tell you, I'm also motivated by the debt of gratitude that we owe to generations of Americans who've come before us, who have sacrificed so that we can live in freedom. And President Reagan used to say that freedom is one generation away from extinction. It's not something that's passed along in the bloodstream. It's something that needs to be cultivated and fought for by every generation of Americans. I used to think that was a little bit of an exaggeration, because I thought as Americans, isn't this just embedded in our DNA? But certainly after living through the last 5 years, I think that you couldn't have lived through that and not understand that freedom's fragile. Our founding fathers understood that freedom was fragile. When they went to create the Constitution in Philadelphia back in 1787, they went, people like James Madison studied the history of every republic in the history of mankind, because they wanted to draw lessons from those experiences that they could apply here in the United States. And their study showed them that there was only one thing that all those republics had in common, and it was this: every one of them had failed. And so they understood it fell to the United States of America to determine once and for all, can people govern themselves? Can you live in a society based on the idea that our rights are God-given, not government-granted, that we live under a rule of law, not the whim of individual men? Or is mankind forever destined to live under various forms of despotism? And they fully expected this country, our people, would decide that question for all of human history. But they also understood just creating a constitution did not in and of itself answer that question. When Benjamin Franklin walked out of the convention, he was asked, "Did you give us a republic or a monarchy?" He said, "A republic if you can keep it." They understood that you would need every generation of Americans to fight and to cultivate freedom, just like President Reagan used to say. And I'm reminded of this. When I used to fly into Washington, D.C., there was a particular path that the plane can take going into Reagan Airport. And if you looked out the left side of the plane, you'd be flush parallel to the National Mall. You'd see the Lincoln Memorial, the Washington Monument, other monuments, the reflecting pool, up on the hill, the beautiful U.S. Capitol building, and you felt a sense of pride as an American, because those symbolize the principles and the ideals that have made this country unique. But what I figured out after doing that trip a few times The best monuments to this country were not found on our National Mall looking out the left side of that airplane. Because if you looked out the right side of that airplane, you looked over the Potomac River, you saw a series of small, nondescript monuments orderly arranged over the rolling hills of a place called Arlington National Cemetery. And
when it is that cold, it's hard to grip the ball when your fingers are numb. It's hard to kick the ball when it feels like a concrete block. Right? So these are two of the best offenses in the NFL, but I am expecting super low scoring, keeping the ball on the ground. I think it's going to be a battle. The only good news I saw for fans is that tickets are really cheap now. So if you're willing to risk frostbite, you can get into Arrowhead for pretty cheap.
Hey, yeah, I mean, for $20, I mean, yes, you could not only see a playoff game, but we can also serve you up some frostbite there. So that is always, something that you don't really want to hear. How are the players preparing for something like this?
Well, the Dolphins players, obviously they're not gonna admit, hey, I'm really scared to be freezing cold. The Dolphins players, some of them have said that they are going to go shirtless, or not shirtless, but sleeveless. Tua Tagovailoa, the quarterback, says he's not going to wear gloves. We'll see how this plays out, because I have been at Arrowhead when it's 0 degrees, and it is no joke. I was completely wrapped up in winter gear, and I was freezing my butt off. So I can only imagine what it's like to actually be on the field getting hit in these temperatures. I'm not sure there's really a good way to prepare for this.
Yeah, I definitely don't think so. We definitely have another matchup that we are going to be watching as well. We got the Steelers as well as the Bills game. Temperatures in Buffalo are going to drop down into the 20s at kickoff. Do you see that impacting the Steelers at all?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, last year, the Bengals knocked Buffalo out on one of these cold, snowy games. So I think Bills fans might be feeling a little scary deja vu here. Josh Allen does not like the cold. He said it before. He's a California guy. He has poor circulation, he says. So as good as Josh is, he hasn't historically been as great in the cold weather. So I think we might see this winter storm kind of leveling the playing field for the Bills and the Steelers. And just like the Dolphins and Chiefs, I'm expecting low scoring. I think it's going to take away the passing game. Both teams are going to keep the ball on the ground, and whoever wins this game is going to win ugly.
All right, and then we also have that Monday night game where it looks like we could see some rain in the forecast with the Eagles as well as Tampa.
Yeah, and with what those other teams are dealing with, a little rain seems like child's play, right? But if we do see some rain, I think it'll work out in favor of the Eagles. We know Jalen Hurts can run, and he might have to. He has not been throwing this week because of the middle finger injury that he got last week in New York. His receivers are banged up in A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. So we've got two teams who are trending in different directions. We've got the Bucs, who have won 5 of their last 6, and the Eagles, who have lost 5 of their last 6. So it should be interesting, but I don't think the Eagles go out like that. I'm going to boldly predict that last year's Super Bowl runner-ups bounce back here, and if they don't, they've got some soul searching to do.
Amber couldn't have said it any better. Definitely a lot to watch for on this wild card weekend in the NFL. We've got the 2 games on the board this weekend that I think are going to be most interesting to watch. You heard it here. She said the Dolphins have no chance, and I almost, I'm going to go right there with her. KC, they have home field advantage. They're used to playing in cold. The only thing is, though, I don't think they're used to playing in cold just like this, with wind chill values that are going to be in the 20s. So while the players are going to be fighting it, spectators in the field, make sure that you are layered up, finding ways to stay warm, get inside if you can to the concession, go inside of the bathrooms, warm up your hands under those air dryers. I used to do that, and it wasn't even for temperatures this cold. So it is going to be absolutely frigid. I think it's the game that you'll be better watching at home. I think tickets right now are going for like $50 a piece. So for a playoff game, that's pretty impressive and just shows you how cold it's going to be. Of course, with the Bills, it is going to be interesting. I didn't know that tidbit about Josh Allen, that he doesn't like playing in the cold. So that does even the playing field. How much snow are we going to get out of the Great Lakes, especially going into this weekend? These lake effect snow bands are very finicky, right? In Buffalo, we're already getting reports of these bands setting up, but it's just a matter of miles on where we're going to to see the big dump of snow. So Orchard Park, we could very well be in it. Snow rates 2 to 3 inches per hour for game time will definitely make it messy, but fun to watch. And then the Eagles, I'm just going to leave that one there for Monday. Here we go. Our Fox model, we're going to continue to follow what's happening across the country. As we see this storm exit, we've got another one gearing up on the west coast that is going to bring snow to the south. Details on that when Fox Weather Live comes back.
Introducing Children's Astapro Allergy. It's steroid-free, unlike other allergy sprays. Astapro and go.
Aesthetics are an important part of how I work. My name is Marisol Arteaga. I do contemporary women's wear. Having a desk and chair that are white, it just allows me to be able to sit and have a blank space and to put colors on. It just becomes like a backdrop for my thinking. My ergonomic desk from Office Depot has been great. Being able to stand and sketch has been really helpful. I can't function without having some place that is just only my work.
Blizzard conditions dominating the central U.S. Look at here, power lines on fire last night in Waterford, Wisconsin. Thousands of outages reported throughout the state. Iowa is also getting in on the snow action. Flakes flying in the Quad Cities. Blizzard warnings are in effect for parts of Iowa through the day today. And with Arctic air spilling in, Michael, power outages and blizzard conditions are going to make for very dangerous conditions.
It is going to be a very cold weekend for so many Americans, and Illinois wasn't spared either, with heavy snow moving through Chicago this last night. This is just south of Chicago in Joliet, Illinois. Man, that snow coming down fast and furious, and the winter weather is far from over, with multiple states bracing for lake effect snow. Places like Traverse City, Michigan on the left, and of course Harbor Springs, Michigan on the right, already feeling its impacts. Fox Weather, your winter HQ, your winter weather HQ, We'll have ongoing coverage of the system throughout the day. And thank you so much for making us a part of your Saturday. I'm Michael Esteman.
And I'm Jane Menard. Michael, so good to see you.
Great to see you, as
I
always.
missed you last weekend. I was out in Boston, so I'm happy to be inside the elements.
But you did see a couple of snowflakes.
Listen, we got 3 inches out of Boston. I
Take
think
what you
for
can get.
anybody, we're taking what we can get. But
We just wish we had more here in New York.
I know we keep the snowless streak going,
Yeah.
but I will say, everybody, we could maybe have a chance.
There's a chance. There is a chance, and we're going to break that down. But one place that is absolutely seeing the snow is the Midwest.
Yeah, they're not hoping for an inch. In fact, they're probably hoping that the snow probably comes to an end sometime soon. Milwaukee, check it here. Live look, 27 degrees. And a couple things I want to point out in this live shot very quickly. For one, this is bridges and overpasses, which typically and scientifically do get much colder than ground surfaces, especially considering that those areas.
I'm covering my face, guys, so the smoke is coming towards me, so I don't want to breathe it in. That's why I haven't been talking. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. Yeah, they cannot go in until until things settle down. It smells like attic. The insulation right now. So I'm gonna give you guys an update real quick. This is on Quincy and Mount Vernon, guys. This used to be a flower shop. Some people said it's been here almost 60 years, 55 years. Apparently this is across from East High School. It's been vacant for at least about 3-4 months. There's been homeless in there. Officers been coming out, arresting them. Unfortunately today, it burned down. It's a loss. Apparently, don't know if the homeowner's watching or not. They did relocate this flower shop to a different location. Do not know where at. Don't know if anybody's in the building. They are checking right now. I finally see a couple firefighters inside right now, guys, looking around. Hopefully, there's nobody in there. And this is very sad, guys, because it's been here for many years, guys. Nobody wants to see somebody who's been here in Bakersfield this long to burn down. So good job, House 41. We're on Quincy and Mount Vernon. Quincy and Mount Vernon. Bakersfield. USA. So this guy's gonna take our shot. This is right here, guys. This is refreshments, oxygen, water, Gatorade, something to snack on for the firefighters, guys. I think they did a tremendous job when I pulled up, guys. They were in action, guys. They were in action. We got CHP on site now. We got the Sheriff's Department. Keep telling myself, get the new tripod out, but I don't. So that's just what took place here, guys. It's a total loss. It's done. But I am going to shut down from here, guys. I'm going to run home. I'm going to continue listening to the scanner. Anything does pop up important, I will come back and show you what's going on here in Bakersfield, California. Thank you for watching RD on the scene. Thank you, Moss. Thank you, Dispatch. I'll see you guys on the next one, guys.
Let's see. Welcome in, Robert. Let's see. He toiled. Welcome in, Richard. No, I do not live in Nebraska, so yeah, eastern Nebraska is pretty much just all the highways are pretty much shut down in eastern Nebraska right now, at least where we live. So yeah, it's gonna be kind of rough over there. 3PAD says hello, welcome back. Got people from France. So good to see everybody here in the stream. What are you thinking, Dad? What do you think of this? What do you how do you think we're gonna manage getting home today? Do you think what's the best case scenario? Like, what do you think? What do you think might happen?
I don't know. It's kind of depends on, getting on Nebraska 511 and checking those snowplow tracker to see if those snowplows are moving up and down the highways. If we can't get 92 open, then we might have to try to take the interstate all the way to Utica or something, see if we or York, and see if we can go up 81.
Yeah, we might have to take an alternate route. So still shut down.
Just taking it easy here. Not really. Pretty amazing. I mean, we got on the interstate, and big shout out to Iowa Road Department. They're just like amazing. I mean, looking out the hotel room, they were like running all night long, just clearing roads. So I'm gonna say, hey man, thumbs up to the Iowa Road Department. Super job they've been doing, getting these main arteries open. And even in the city streets of Des Moines, I mean, they're all over the place clearing stuff. We were able to get out of the hotel. Now, after the stream ended last night, we ended up getting a couple more people unstuck just right at the hotel. People just kept getting stuck coming in and out of the hotel.
Yeah.
It was pretty awesome.
Walking in the door and somebody got stuck, so we had to all push that one out, and people kept getting stuck. Gosh, somebody this morning looked out the hotel window, and thankfully it wasn't too bad. They just kind of just able to kind of push it out. But people driving vehicles that aren't really great for the conditions, and they're also not actually the biggest reason they got stuck is because they were taking it too slow through the deep snow. And you got to keep momentum going in the snow like that. If you're gonna try to go through it, you can't just can't inch your way through it. As soon as you lose that momentum, it's over. You're gonna have to get helped out. Let's look at the Nebraska 511. I see Justin's already talking about it there in the chat there. This is the Nebraska 511. So this shows you road conditions in Nebraska, and everywhere you see one of those like red kind of alert symbols, kind of like do not enter symbols, those are roads that are closed. So pretty much East Nebraska is closed today. That we've got big problems here, and all those red roads are shut down. So those, I mean, you can't go anywhere in those towns there. We're talking Blue Hill, Nebraska, Hastings, Nebraska, up towards near Grand Island. So the Hastings area is just locked down right now. You're not getting out of Hastings. You know, kind of working our way, kind of back up toward Columbus here. All the highways around Columbus, for the most part, are closed right now. All the highways in between Central City and Omaha are closed. New York area closed. Aurora area closed here. Even some of the highways leading into Lincoln are shut down here. US 34, for the most part, is shut down here. It looks like there might even be, can't see, there could be well, maybe that's just a rest. I think that's just a rest area there. I was going to say, I think the interstate's still open, believe it or not. But just major road closings. We're looking a little north here. Big time road closures here northwest of Columbus, and then northeast Nebraska. Yeah, good luck trying to get out of there. It's done. Yankton, you're not coming south out of Yankton. Sioux City, you're not, you know, these are extremely dangerous conditions because this ground blizzard is continuing to blow snow onto the roads, making it pretty much impossible for them to, I mean, look at this right here. I mean, we got really bad conditions here. So blowing that snow across the road, plows can't get through. And then in some places you have vehicles that are just abandoned in the roadways. So
check out the snowplow tracker.
We'll check the snowplow tracker here in a second. But yeah, we'll see if we can make it in. But this is a very very dangerous situation in eastern Nebraska.
Out here,
it's -1 degree actually, but yeah, if you're in eastern Nebraska, do not leave. Do not go anywhere. You know, unless you're in like Lincoln or something. Maybe you can in Lincoln or Omaha, but you know, out those roads, it could be deadly. Honestly, it could be deadly today, especially with the cold temperatures we're experiencing right now. So, what were you wanting to look at, Dad?
snowplow tracker.
Snowplow trackers.
See if they're out there moving around, see where they're at, what they're doing. That's going to be critical for us finding.
Yep, I agree.
Open path to get.
Okay, so we're gonna take a look at the snowplow trackers here, just to see where the snowplows are out and about working. You can see those are the blue icons there. And you can see for the most part in these red areas, there's not a whole lot going on. It looks like they're trying to clear some of these areas, maybe a few of them. The red areas down by Blue Hill, Clay Center, Nebraska. But if you look up here towards Columbus, there's not a single snowplow anywhere near Columbus here. Look at that, just nothing. So those roads are going to be closed for a long time, you know, at this rate, unless they can get more plows in there later on. But they're working hard to get these roads clear. I mean, this is a tough ask for the Nebraska Department of Transportation here, which normally they do a pretty good job, but there's not a whole lot you can do when you got cars out there that are getting stuck in the middle of the road, semis getting stuck. Like, what do you do when there's a semi blocking the road? You just can't, you know. There were even some people were even talking about, or some local county sheriff's offices, emergency services, like fire departments, shared posts on Facebook saying where they're suspending operations to try to rescue people, and unless it's a medical emergency, I think is essentially what they said. And unless it is an emergency situation, they're not out there. They're not going to come out there and get you. So if you go out there and you get stranded, it's going to be a long time before you're going to be able to get out of there. And worst of all, you could be, if you're not prepared, to be in negative 15, negative 20, negative 30 degree wind chill, blowing snow. If you're not prepared to be in those conditions for a long time, you know, it can get very bad out there. You know, that's where it can get fatal. So definitely need the warnings today. In some ways, today is almost more dangerous than yesterday in some sense, just because of the cold temperatures out here. It's gotten a lot colder. My dad pointed out earlier, it's -1 degrees here right now, and we're still dealing with 20, 30, even 40 mile per hour wind gusts. So it's pretty wild. But thankfully, I-80 here westbound is very clear for the most part. Still got some patches where it can get bad, but it's pretty wild here. Let's see, Madison. I'll give you an update here in just a second on the location. I'll turn on my spotter dot for you. My apologies. I'm always really bad at that, but current location is just off the Interstate 80 near Atlantic, Iowa. We're pretty much in between Des Moines and Omaha right now, just right in between. Look at the drifts on the right there, folks. Look at those drifts. Those are huge. Here's one coming into the road here. So we're talking possibly 10-foot snow drifts in some of these spots. Like, it's insane. There could be cars in underneath some of those drifts that maybe were abandoned from last night and just drifted over. But yeah, this is crazy conditions here. Hopefully everybody, it seems like for the most part a lot of people heeded the warnings, but we have seen a few different semis and cars that are just, you know, either wrecked out or just buried in the ditches here. So let's see, welcome in everybody. Appreciate everybody here for tuning in today. Thermos coffee. It's coffee time, guys. We're on the coffee already, so where is it? I think yeah, I can't do it that easy.
You stay locked in there.
Yep, so the plan right now is to forge our way west and see how far we can get. Obviously, we're not going to go on the roads if they're closed. You know, that's kind of a no-brainer. You know, if the roads are actually closed, we're not going to go out on them and get stuck. But look at that. Yeah, so we got kind of a triple
trailer right there.
Triple car train here. You guys see stuff like that over in like Europe, or you know, you guys see cars towing other cars like that? Like, whoa, what's that? Little debris or something in the road there. Yes, if you're asking, is this live? This is live. This is live. This is not pre-recorded.
As it's happening.
Live as it's happening. Live on the ground. Current time is 11:20 a.m. Central Time. And we're streaming live from Western Iowa on I-80. Well, welcome in, everybody. Chloe, good to see you, Chloe. Jeff, Flock of Beagles, X-Man, Mac, Alaska, Raven there. Welcome in, guys, to the stream. Wow. Yep, so hopefully you guys are able to use these live streams as a valuable resource just to see what the conditions are like out here, and you can make a good decision as to whether or not to go out or not in these conditions. I would say, on the interstate, I would say for the most part, it's okay as long as you don't take it too fast, But you definitely want to be on the, if you don't have to go anywhere, I just wouldn't. But if you do, interstate seems to be relatively clear here. Just got to watch out for those slick spots and areas of poor visibility. And, sometimes it'll be fine, and then all of a sudden there'll be a spot where it's not. But get a spot where it's not, and that's where pile-ups and just things can, because look here, so left lane all of a sudden just got really icy there. That's where you can run into issues, especially with low visibility here. Somebody said, don't be that semi. We've seen quite a few semis in the ditch just on our drive out here, so wow. Here's the ground blizzard, folks. There's a taste of what the conditions are like when you actually get into that open wind. It gets pretty gnarly.
So wind is pretty high here. Let me check my wind compass. This location.
Appreciate everybody for smashing that like button and tuning in. Looks like up to 360 people watching, so welcome in everybody.
It says at this location 21 miles per hour.
That guy's still going 70, so don't be like that guy. Maybe faster.
Gusts up 34. Some of these gusts are.
So what's that?
21 mile per hour sustained winds with gusts up to 34 right now here in this location.
Yep, so gusts to 34, sustained 20 here.
Atlantic, Iowa.
This is maybe some of the worst conditions we've seen yet. This is a very large area of kind of that ground blizzard, so let's see. Awesome there, Transmaster. Thanks for tuning in. I'm scared, so scared. Welcome in, Mr. Cold. You're on the right stream here, Mr. Cold. Welcome in. It's -3 here. Actual temperature. Wow. This is getting worse here, folks. We definitely gonna have to back her down a little bit and just kind of. This is where you could get a pile up or something. Snowplow on the left.
Snowplow on the left and semi barreling down through the left lane.
Is there a semi? Yeah, semi barreling through the left lane here. Great.
Brakes. What's going on?
Well, let's keep back. Too close. And you got somebody like that who's just plowing. You can't see, dude.
That's how it happens right there.
And then that's a guy who, if there is unfortunately some sort of pile up, it's going to end up right in the back of a car or something. So yeah, this has gone from manageable. What I said about the interstate not being too bad, this is actually pretty bad here. So I take back my report. You definitely don't want to be out here on the interstate right now, especially with people barreling through. That's the scariest thing. You got semis barreling through it, 70 miles an hour in these conditions. Semis just plowing through.
Plenty of road.
Wow.
Plenty of area to space out.
Wow. Everybody just
calm down.
Yep, everybody just calm down. Yes. I might even have to send some video in here to the send some video in here
so I can get some space.
Yeah. Wow.
If you got space, when you're right up on a vehicle, that makes it worse because
it does, yeah.
That vehicle creates its own smoke screen. Okay, here we are. So
some areas it gets, it gets a little better here. So like here, you get a little wind block. And then it gets really bad up here on top of the hills.
Yep.
So
we're going through the Iowa Alps right now.
The Iowan Alps. Yep. These are the Iowan Alps. Pam, that's actually a very smart thing to do when they preemptively close the interstates, anticipating conditions. That's what I was hoping they were going to do yesterday on the interstate, but they left it open, and a lot of people got in accidents yesterday, and probably today too. I mean, honestly, could even, with how fast people are flying through here, I wouldn't even be opposed to shutting it down today. That's actually a very smart thing. But we'll just see. We'll see if we can make it home, though. Got some wind. See the wind turbines over there, just kind of in the snow, so they're still spinning in this frigid cold, freezing cold temperatures out here. So yep, you guys just now tuned in. Looks like we just popped over 500 people watching. So to everybody tuning in right now, these are the conditions on I-80 here in western Iowa. Conditions on I-80 in western Iowa right now. We're making our trek from Des Moines to Omaha, and the conditions that seem to be deteriorating as we head west. They've gotten worse. They weren't as bad around the Des Moines area, but as we've continued to punch west, they're progressively getting worse. So this is definitely, these conditions, you definitely want to stay off the roads if you can. In our case, we're trying to get home right now, but thankfully we can also kind of show you guys what it's like out here on our drive home. We're taking it slow, though, as we should, and as you guys should if you are out here. You gotta take it slow. Where are you at on I-80? Oh, man, we can't even barely see the semi.
Near Atlantic City, but
we're just off the Walnut exit and approaching Avoca, Iowa here. So
Prairie Rose State Park.
Prairie Rose State Park. We'll do Caden. Yep, it's bad out here. You thought the car was skidding? Yeah. No, just moving the camera. But I can see why I maybe thought that. Move the camera. It looks like the car's skidding. Shelly, I think the snow for the most part is over. It's not even snowing here. I don't think so. I think this is just ground blizzard.
I can see the sun. So.
Yeah, I can see the sun here, so it's not snowing. You don't think you could survive the temperature there, James? And, well, it just dropped to -4. -4 degrees here on the car, which likes to run warm, by the way. The car seems to run warm.
Wind chill looking -20 right now, maybe. I don't know.
-20, -30. It's hard to say. Either way, it's cold. It's extremely cold. Yeah, that's good, Beagles. I'm inside all day. Stay in there. Thanks, Grifter.
Yeah, so this is much worse than over by Des Moines, just with the wind blowing this hard.
Welcome back, Todd.
Look at that.
Yep, we're in the Omaha, kind of near the Omaha Valley here. Wow. Even worse.
41 miles east of Council Bluffs.
Here's somebody just parked. Is that a... That's not a plow stuck, is it?
It is.
Or just on the side?
I broke down.
Send a quick video in here, so maybe let me get a little video out to the news here. Hopefully the focus is good. Let me know if the focus. I'm running the autofocus, but it seems to be doing a great job because there's not anything on the window right now. Let's see. Very sunny here in southern Wisconsin. Temp is dropping. I imagine those temps are going to be working their way in there. 28 here in Ohio by Canton. I did, Ray. That was a great hotel there. Sleep in on the southwest side of Des Moines.
Matter of fact, both of us got memberships now to sleep in. So.
Yeah, we got memberships to the Choice Rewards, so maybe we could get sponsored by Choice Rewards or something, you know. Hotel, you never know. Thanks, Gordon. We'll try. We'll try to stay safe out here. Sounds good, Caden. Gordon's, so in Scotts Bluff, it's 15 below in Scotts Bluff right now. Wow. Somebody is at 43 Celsius somewhere. I didn't see that. 43 Celsius? It's like Death Valley or something. They've got whiteout conditions at Beach Mountain, North Carolina. Wow. That's North Carolina, yeah, so I guess maybe up in those higher elevations, probably getting some snow out there. Thanks for the update there, Grantham. Brings back memories. Oh, man. Look at this guy just cooking. This guy's going, he's cooking and he might be cooked. We'll see what happens, but he's going a good 75 probably. Good luck, buddy. Yeah, wife and I have been snowed in at my parents' house in Ainsworth, Iowa for 2 days now. No plows come through this small town. Sorry to hear that there, Gordon. That's kind of what it's like in East Nebraska right now as well. I mean, everything's just snowed in. No plows are out yet.
Snowed in, but we're snowed out.
Well, right now we're snowed out of our house. We can't even get home. So yet. Hopefully we get home later, but it's pretty wild out here.
One person wants to get out, one wants to get in.
Somebody else just flying. It's just silly, you know. Dangerous. Not silly, it's dangerous is what it is.
Part of it's just the semis are slowing down on the top of these hills, so it gives a perception, but this guy, I've passed him, and he's repassed me, and then I pass him, and he repasses me, so now I'm just staying.
Yep, there's a car. Just missed it, but there's a car way down the ditch there. I would have shown you guys, but I just couldn't quite get there in time. I just stay back because it's. Yep, so. Over 700 people watching. Thanks everybody for tuning into the stream here. Make sure to smash that like button as well while you're in here. Just appreciate all the support on the stream here. We're new to the stream. We're just give you a quick rundown of what our plan is here right now. We're headed west on I-80, trying to make our way west and get back home today, hopefully. Got a semi here on the
gifted membership here.
Pulled off. CC, my playmate, with the one gifted membership. Madison got the membership. No way.
Perfect.
No way. CC, you're a legend for that.
There you go, Madison.
I've been trying to figure out a way to get Madison a membership for a long time, and there you go, CC. You don't understand. That's wow. Thanks, CC, for that membership.
Timed it, CC.
That's great. There you go, Madison.
Madison's got it.
Even in death, we are denied dignity. I'm often asked what people can do to ease our suffering. And my answer remains the same. Do what you're doing now. Speak up. I call on my fellow Americans to not just demand, but force an immediate and permanent ceasefire. We demand that President Biden and the Congress to end military funding and weapon transfers to Israel that killed my family and all the other families.
All right, so you were taking a live look at a march happening in Washington, D.C. This is in regards to the Israel-Hamas war. It did seem that the shot froze for a second. It does now seem that it is back up, so I'm going to try and pod that up so we can listen in.
So my family would live through an experience of a genocide until November 22nd, when over 100 family members has died actually by Israel. Israel took my life, my soul, by killing my 83 years old father, mother, and a brother. My father was the salt of earth. Israel killed a man who loved life, loved peace, loved people, loved nature, and most of all, he loved his grandkids. My 5-year-old asked me one day, Baba, hold all these 19 pictures you're looking at. And I had to hold down my tears. They were 19 family members, picture of 19 family members that were slaughtered by Israel. My cousin Yasser was not just a cousin, he was more than a brother to me. and he was killed by Israeli bombing along the side of his wife, 6 kids, and 2 grandchildren. The tale of each family member who was murdered is a testimony of ongoing genocide of my Palestinian people. My Palestinian people whom I love, they were all killed in one day. The most troubling aspect of Israel's mass killing of my Palestinian family is when they bombed the first house and my
All right, so it does appear that our shot from Washington, D.C. froze for a second. And again, this is live now from Fox. We are raw, we are unfiltered. We are taking cameras from all across the world to show you events happening right now. And that's the great beauty of what we do. On the flip side, if a camera wherever in the world chooses to freeze, that is also what happens, because we are showing this to you as it unfolds. But what you were watching was a live march happening in Washington, D.C. In regards to the Israel.
Wasn't that far to walk. Only probably 4 or 5 blocks maybe. They say they're going to. This is the starting point, I'm guessing. I got a right away. That's all right. Go ahead and pull out in front of me. Hit me next time, please. They're slowly showing up. I'm staying right here. I'm out of the wind. Oh, there's one. I can tell. That's one right there. Driving a Prius. Yeah, you won't see thousands of them here. Told you. See? Purple Prius. I heard it accelerate. It went gay, gay. I'm sorry, I should have said that. I got a nice windbreak right here. Heard another one. That's the one who holds up the Martin Luther King sign. Yeah, you won't see a number like you see in DC. That's for sure. Lee, I'm sure probably Stormtrooper will be down there. I gotta peel the banding off my cigar here. Got somebody from England. All right, sweet. Yeah, Deb, it's cold. I'm in a wind block right now. Oh yeah, these guys did not dress for this weather. There's a couple of them who did, but I see, I think that's a guy with rabbit ear hat and skinny jeans. Yeah. They got 12 minutes to start their march. $17.50. So that's $2.50 or $5.20 or $5.50. Yeah, there's a guy with a rabbit ear hat. At least that's what I see. Oh, wow. Guy's got a Nazi swastika, Israel plus swastika equals Israel. Wow. That's a good sign right there. Yeah. You see that? I'll just go over there. I got time. Don't give a crap. Public sidewalk. Nobody else is here, it's just me. That's all right. I'll have fun. So we're going to compare Nazis to Israel. That's a good one. Lucky me, Linda, the wind chill is single digits right now. It actually plenty of stuff on. This sign just so you guys can see what they're talking about. Yep, we're going to compare Israel to Nazis. I don't see the Breakfast Club here yet. I know, Renee, really? What do you mean Palestinian people? Don't they mean hashtag free Palestinian people? I checked them in San Diego, never saw them. They were thumbs up. I think I see a couple members of the Breakfast Club. That's the one with the rabbit ears. Oh, they got a Nazi sign. He's got comparing Israel to Nazis. That's a good one. that's the one who does the chanting. Yep, she's got her face diaper on, so we're safe. Better get 6 feet away. On camera? That's the one who didn't like me videotaping down there. What's up, Josh? It's cold out here today. It's a lot of them didn't dress for the weather. Josh, they got one person here that's comparing Israel to Nazis. Another one comparing to Israel to Nazis. Haven't seen a Palestine yet on the map. Maybe they should go back and Netflix Dora the Explorer. All right, now we're going.
Genocide! Stop genocide! Free, free Palestine! 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 Free, free
Don't be encouraging Josh on here with that, Jody. I know what you're trying to do. This guy's over here giving a news conference. Josh, paybacks. Right, like this dude up here with the high waters sliding. Somebody's gonna bite it yet. Hopefully it isn't me. Oops, I about bit it. Alright, now we're on some solid ground here. I got my hunting boots on, so I'm good. He's got a good traction on him. No American flags, guys. No American flags, that's for sure. I'm not gonna drop you guys. I'm walking in this stuff. It's like walking in the woods.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Free Gaza. Free Gaza.
They were free to vote for Hamas.
Free Gaza. Free Gaza. Palestine!
Gotta find it on the map first.
It is on the map. It has been on the map.
Uh-huh.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine!
I think his lips are freezing.
From the river to the sea!
Thank you, Nancy, for the super sticker. Thank you, thank you. Oh, Sergeant's here now. Oh, you got the sergeant here.
The two adults, male and female, in the back bedroom, and they're uncooperative.
So they do have a. Uh-oh. So there's two people in there, and they don't want to listen to the officers. Apparently they're asking for a canine now. That's even more terrible. You know, today's Saturday. We don't know if there's kids in there or not, guys. This guy just needs to come out and deal with this. They definitely, officers seen him run into this house, guys. There's no question about it. He's in there. It just depends if he wants to do it this the right way, and if he has kids in there. There's other there's 2 people in there also. Apparently he needs to do the right things. Just come out. You know, he'll probably be out in a couple days. If you guys are just tuning in, guys, this was a chase. Football. Officers were chasing him. He ran into this apartment. Now it's a little standoff. They know he's in here. There's right now they are talking to the people probably through the window. They don't want to listen to the officers. Tell them to open the door. They said they were going to open it. Now they're not. So now they just got to wait. They're asking for a K9 now. You know, we don't know if there's kids in here, but we know there's 2 adults in here.
Information Central says that K9 is available. We'll make our there out.
So no K9. They might ask for PD. Thank you, Nancy. No update on that stabbing. We're on, what we're on again, Angie? Oh, Miller and Flower.
We have visual subject inside the residence.
Visual, guys. He's in there. Code 33, guys. He is there, guys. It's confirmed. He's doing the right thing, guys. He is coming out. He's coming out, guys. He did the right thing, guys. You know, they're talking about K9. He did the right thing. Especially if you have babies in there. Especially if you have babies in there, guys. He doesn't want to go back to jail. Apparently he did the right thing, guys. And they arrested her too. See, this is what happens when you hide. Oh, but he could say that he didn't want to open the door.
Start the RO or the tow for the vehicle.
Yeah, he made the right move, guys. This could have been a lot worse, right? If that's his girlfriend, his mom, his sister, she could go to jail. But you know, if he's telling her, "Oh, don't open the door, please, please," you know how that goes. You know, family's always gonna stick up for you guys, always.
Filter 1 Alpha 10, please, for 11. Alpha 10, 39. ID 1135, vehicle 5057. Alpha 10, 10,
Well, he'll be going to jail. They got another one in custody. They'll probably end up releasing her. Apparently this guy didn't want to go to jail. Who doesn't? You know, you do the crime, you do the time. Do the crime. That's it. Do the time, do the crime. This is where he dumped the vehicle off right here, guys. The neighbors were tripping. You know, there was a whole bunch of people surrounding the vehicle, didn't really know what was going on. They are going to get a hold of the RO, that's who owns the vehicle. Who owns the vehicle to come and get it. And it's right here, guys. If you guys recognize this vehicle, guys, get a hold of the owner, because if they don't, the tow truck is going to come and get it, and that's going to cost money. So if you guys recognize this vehicle right here, guys, it's a GMC. Please get a hold of them. Yeah. It's a Yukon. It's a Yukon, guys. Yeah. So it's a Yukon. Now, if you guys recognize the car, get a hold of the owner, because if the tow truck comes, guys, it's a done deal, guys. They're going to charge them to get that vehicle out. Right now, money's tight, guys. Money is tight. Money is tight, guys. Money is tight. Apparently, this is they arrested. I guess I don't know if that's his girlfriend or sister or whatever, but she's in custody. That 100% for sure. They're probably going to release her, due to the fact that you know, she could say that he wouldn't let me open the door. That's it. So she'll get out. They'll cut her and release her. Cut her and release her. She got a bottle Jose.
Control 1, take K. Copy, no for broadcast. Okay, 10 4.
Yeah, guys. Yeah, bottle some Jose Cuervo. Yes, that's her man right there. So that's it, guys. Well, we got Bakersfield PD behind another vehicle right now. Yeah. It's kind of suspicious right here, guys. You hear anything on PD? The PD wants a little piece of this too. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Yeah, guys. Well, I'm gonna shut down from here, guys. Thank you guys for joining. I'm gonna keep on listening, guys. I'm gonna keep on listening. Anything does pop off, I will come back live. Until then, guys, I'll catch you guys on the next one. On the next one. Thank you, Moss. Thank you, Dispatch. Thank you, guys.
What's up, LA? Forgiven.
Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. Free Palestine.
That one right there. Yep, he said they deserved it. Israel deserved what they got October 7th. That's the one right there. Told you, these guys. What's up, Big D? What's going on, my brother? I wish you were too, Big D. I wished you were here too, Big D. Get some more freedom outlaws.
Palestine will be free.
Hey, all right, welcome. How's it going?
Good.
How's the genocide?
Don't block my sidewalk
I'm
path.
not blocking your sidewalk, man.
Free Palestine. the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Free, free Palestine.
You can tell by the buttons.
Free, free Palestine. Free, free Gaza. Free, free Gaza. From the river to the sea.
Come on, Josh.
From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free.
Yep. Big D, there's nothing you can do about it either. I don't see the colonel here. Probably too cold.
Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Free, free Gaza. Free, free Gaza. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Free, free Gaza! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Palestine! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Palestine! Stop genocide! Stop genocide! From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free!
Sino, you're welcome.
Free Gaza! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Yeah, Renee, I'm thinking that's
From the river to the sea!
that loud.
Palestine will be free! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! Free, free Gaza! 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 Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Gaza! Stop genocide! Stop genocide! Stop genocide! Stop genocide! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free!
Spicy peach. That's why the one down there has the spiked headphones on, so she doesn't have to listen to it.
Free, free Gaza! Free, Palestine!
Carol Windsor, you're welcome.
Free Gaza! Free Gaza! Free Palestine! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! Free Palestine! Free Gaza! Free Gaza!
So the guy with the blue backpack, he was trying to block me. He's been following me up and down. The one that told me, asked me if I wanted to wear a mask, yeah.
Stop the genocide!
Yep.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Yeah, he's following me around trying to block me. As I turn around, he'll be following right behind me. You'll see. What's up, Bandit One? How we doing today?
From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! River to the sea! Free Palestine! From the river to the sea!
Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free.
Free Gaza! Free Gaza!
Walk my space again, you're gonna fuck around and find out, buddy. I'm just telling you that. I have a right to walk, and you don't have a right to block me. Straight up.
Free Palestine!
Hey, you gotta stay away from my kids, okay?
I'm not around your kids.
I will kick you.
I'm not saying nothing to your kids. I didn't say nothing to your kids.
Stay away from my kids. Hey,
I'm not around your kids.
Come here, what did he say to you?
I didn't.
Hey,
I was
stay away
talking to
from my
him,
kids.
not you.
What I'm saying to you, stay away from my kids, okay?
Listen.
You stay away from my
I
kids.
didn't say nothing to your kids.
You are. I see you trying to say something.
I did
to them,
not.
okay?
I was talking
you
to
didn't
that
say
man
nothing
right
to
there.
them. Hey, what did he say to you?
I didn't say nothing to him.
What did he say to you?
I'm gonna tell you.
I have a witness. I have a witness.
Go file a
Say
police
something.
report.
I
Go
will.
file a police
I will.
report.
Give me your name.
My name is Matt. Go file a police
Your
report.
last name.
When the police
I will.
gets here, I will give
I
him my
will.
name.
Okay.
Until then,
Stay
have a
here.
nice
Stay here.
day.
I will call.
Call him.
Hold on.
You didn't have to talk to any kids.
I didn't say nothing to no kid.
Stop.
I did
Try
not
to
say
push him.
nothing. I'm gonna tell you something.
Try to push him, okay? I'll talk to you when the police come over.
All right, call the police. I don't care. Welcome to a free country. It's called a First Amendment right. If you don't want your kid to be on camera, they don't need to be here. I didn't touch your kid.
Yes, you tried to touch him.
I did not try to touch him. You're hired in Georgia. I'm live streaming right now. I'm live streaming right now. I will show the police.
We have a picture.
Okay, show the picture.
Witness. I have a witness right
All right, show them. Call the police. Call 911. Hit send. Oh my God, these guys are delusional. Yep, I got it all. Yep, I got it all. Take a picture. It'll last longer. Trust me. It lasts longer. Yep, they're calling the police. I knew that was coming. They ain't gonna do nothing, dude. I'm telling you that right now, so. Call the First Amendment right. Police can come here all they want.
Biden, you get hard!
We charge you with genocide!
We charge you with genocide!
I don't know, Wyoming girl. They can call all they want.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Palestine!
Yep.
Free
They
Gaza!
can call all they want.
From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Gaza!
Well, it's going to get spicy now, Josh, if you're still in here.
Now you get hot! You with genocide! Biden, you get hot! We charge you with genocide! Free, free Palestine!
Oh, I know that. I'm not too worried about it. The police can come all they want.
Free, free Palestine!
They're allowed to come here all they want.
Free, free Palestine!
What? Covering it.
In favor or against?
Doesn't matter. I'm allowed to be here.
No, you are allowed.
Exactly. They want to spell, sitting there saying that I touched their kid. I never touched their kid. My hand's been on this camera the whole time. It's been live streamed throughout the world, so I'll be glad to put it on a jump drive and give it to the police.
Okay, little Zionist, there's absolutely no pushing little kids.
I didn't touch a
Do
little
not
kid.
do that again.
I did not touch a little kid.
Do not do
I did
that
not
again.
touch a little kid. No, I did not.
He says you did.
I never touched him. It's on live stream. I will put it on a jump drive and give it to the police. Yeah, never touched a kid. I've been walking up and down the sidewalk, and that's all I've done. Never touched one. Not stupid.
Don't even think of it.
I'm not stupid.
You look stupid to me.
Well, that's up to you. That's your opinion.
Got it, man.
So.
I don't know why you want to come and not be in favor.
It doesn't. Did I say that?
No, I just seem not to answer the question.
Don't have to. I don't have to answer the question.
I just would assume that you're against it, which is fucked up.
Well, that's the best part about living in America. You have your First Amendment right to think what you do.
100%, man. At the same time.
And these guys have every right to be out here.
Having an opinion is one thing.
Whether or not I agree with it or disagree with it is none of your business.
We're all against, bombing of children. I'm hoping you're here for the same thing. Otherwise, I'm fucked up.
I mean, those people want to sit there and lie down there and say that I touched a kid. They're higher than the Georgia pine. I will gladly go to court over that.
We charge you with genocide! Biden, you get hot! We charge you with genocide! Free Palestine!
See, that's where you're wrong. You don't have a constitutional right to block me from walking. Read the laws. You can stand in front of me, but if I need to walk, you need to move. Well, he wasn't walking backwards. So.
Stay away from him. He tried to beat my son.
I never touched your son. You're higher than a Georgia pine.
be anywhere today.
Yeah, you're right, I can, but I choose to be here. If you don't like it, you're free to leave. You're free to leave.
Kick my son.
I never touched your son.
I will take you to the court.
Take me to court. I would love to go. Please do. Please do. I would love it.
You will be there.
Please.
I will see you there.
Okay, awesome. Awesome. I would love
You
it.
should not say anything to
I
him.
would love
Why you
it.
talk
Take
my
me
son?
to court,
Why do you
please.
talk to my son? You don't have the right to talk to my son.
I didn't talk to your son. I didn't talk to him.
Where's my witnesses?
I heard you.
I never
hear you.
him.
Everybody here hear you. You talk
To him?
Yeah, to him.
I didn't
And you
talk
try
to him.
kick
You're high.
See, I have a witness.
I would. And by the way, it's not against the law to talk to somebody.
See you in the court.
See you. I will see you there.
10 years old, you don't have the right to talk to him.
I didn't talk to him.
Find out that's in the court.
Fine.
Okay.
If you don't want him to be talked to, I didn't talk to your son.
I will talk to you in the court.
Okay.
In the court,
Have a nice day.
Stop lying. I heard you.
Have a nice day. Take me to court. Take me to court. Make sure you get the address right. Make sure you call the police and get the address right.
Stay away from it. You're making him do something to you. Stay away from this. Palestine will be free.
Yeah, I know it's on video. He's delusional.
Palestine will be free.
Free, free Palestine.
Free, free Palestine.
Telling me it's against the law to talk. Even if I did talk to his kid, that's not against the law. He's got to remember he lives in America now.
Free, free Palestine.
Oddball, they're claiming, well, first he claimed I touched his kid, which I didn't. Then he claimed I talked to his kid, which I didn't. Now they're claiming they're going to call the police, which I have yet seen the police show up here. I don't see any police yet. And then he said he's going to sue me. He's going to take me to court. And I'm like, do it. Knock yourself out. Go file a police report. You know where they get it from, though. Patty, you know what? That just tells you where it all comes from. Well, once the stream's over, I'm not too worried about it. I mean, I don't worry about it too much. But yeah, that's what we're dealing with.
We'll be free. Palestine will be free. Free, free Palestine.
I'm not too worried about security.
Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine.
Oh, I know, Sino. They're trying to, but I'm not scared.
Free, free Gaza! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Gaza!
Don't worry, I will make sure. Thank you for the super chat, though. I will definitely make sure. Oh yeah, that's for sure.
You can't hide. We charge you with genocide. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now.
Now they're saying because the guy at the backpack that kept stopping in front of me and preventing me walking, and I told him he'd be FAFO if he prevented me from walking. He can't do that. See, they can walk as long as I can continue moving. That's all that matters. He can't sit there and obstruct my way from walking down the sidewalk. That's a law he really needs to learn. But see, he's not that smart. Oh, her sign's made on a Target box. Imagine that. And he has a whole case of N95 mask. How cute. That's awesome. Thank you so much for that. Renee, you did not have to do that. Let me come back to that. You had a good lunch and a cigar. Thank you so much for that. And then let me back up here. My hands are cold. Tammy Monday, good job, Matt. Stay strong and stand your ground. Thank you so much for that super chat, guys. You did not have to do that. Oh yeah, the kid was trying to block me with with his little sign too. I mean, I don't care. I'm not worried about that. Not worried about it at all. 6 feet social distancing, buddy. You got your N95 mask. There's supposed to be 6 feet social distancing. I'd feel safer if you had your N95 on now. It's like follow the leader. Oh, that's so funny. I don't know. He's got a whole case of N95 masks. He said my breath stunk, but that's okay. I just got done smoking a cigar. Yeah, I don't see any cops. He said he was calling the cops, but I have yet seen any. And we're right in front of the courthouse. You'd think there'd be a lot of them around here, but there's not. So obviously he didn't call the cops. Oh, that's it, jaywalk. I think they're getting ready to, they're probably getting ready to head back down there.
Palestine! Free, free Palestine! free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Oh yeah, Karen. He's just trying to figure out how close he needs to get. Probably try calling 911 in Gaza. It's not the same number. I gave him the number. I said hit 911 and send. Thank you, Cliff. Oh, he was being a little aggressive, but that's what they wanted.
Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Stop the genocide! 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 Stop the genocide!
That's funny, Josh.
Genocide! Stop the
That's funny.
Biden, Biden, you can't hide! Biden, Biden, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! We charge you with genocide! Biden, Biden, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! Netanyahu, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! We charge you with genocide!
So Josh, I don't know if you were in here before, but they were threatening to call the cops. You have to go back. The guy was completely unhinged, saying that I touched his kid, which I didn't. Then he said I was talking to his son, and that's against the law. That one there said that Israel deserved October. What happened in October? Yeah, they said. He said he was going to call the cops, but I have yet seen any of them show up. He took his phone out. There's a good gust. I don't know where the cops. Yeah, right, Wyoming girl. I'm still waiting. Then he said he was gonna. Claims he's gonna take me to court, which that would be awesome. If that happens, I will definitely be live streaming that court hearing. I'll have Jody stand out in front of the courts for that one. That'll be a great one. Oh, there's signs. Signs down. Hashtag save the sign. There's another one. Somebody better grab it. Sasha, they were completely unhinged.
Free Gaza! Free Gaza! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
He said he was going to kick me.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
I know. I would love to have talked to the cops. I'm kind of disappointed. Amanda, that one, that is the one right there that offers me an N95 mask. It's the one that blocks everybody, just like you see at any other protest. What's that? Couple thousand. What's that? I didn't say I agreed with that, did I? He should have gone through Congress, but did you hear me say anything about that? You're the one who's bringing that up. Have a nice day, guys.
I just have one question for you and your viewers.
Yes.
Wouldn't it be funny if all of the bombs and military aid and help that was going into Ukraine, wouldn't it be funny if the Russians got to decide whether or not that went through?
Well, I don't agree with the bombs and stuff going to Ukraine, so I'm mute on that point because I don't agree with what's giving them money. All right, guys. They're done. They're cold. They're walking back. So we're going to head back here, guys. Well, that was certainly interesting. That was definitely an interesting I knew it was going to get a little spicy. Yeah, what does it matter how many followers? I don't care. Set you guys down here for a minute so I can get my keys out. Well, wonder if I should stay around in case the police show up. Hold on just a second here. Take this hat off, leave this hat on. That lady thought she had me on the whole Ukraine deal. I'm like, I don't think we should be giving any money to Ukraine. So nice of you to try to use that one. Put you guys up here. Plug you guys in. All right. All right, I'm still alive. Cops never showed up. Yeah, Josh, I need you to help me find my summons because that guy claims he was gonna sue me. First he said I touched his child, which I didn't. Then he claimed that I talked to his child, which I didn't. So, yeah, he was freaking delusional. I'm like, even if I did, even if you don't, it's not against the law to talk to somebody, buddy. Might be in your country, but not here. Ain't that right? Welcome to America. That was, they kind of surrounded me a few times. I was like, oh, yeah, it's going to get spicy. Spicy like Cajun food. The only person I got angry with was the soy boy with the backpack that kept stopping and blocking me from walking. And I told him, I was like, listen, you're going to F around and find out that you're not allowed to sit there and just block people Wyoming girl, thank you for that super chat pickup, Jody. Hot chocolate. Oh, we have a funeral, guys. I'll turn you around here. Got a There we go. There's a funeral here. We got a large procession here. I gotta stop. It's respectful. Turn my hazards on. Oh, that's respectful there, buddy. You're supposed to stop for a funeral procession. I got my lights on. Yep, couple more. All right, guys, now I can go. Well, it wasn't a huge gathering. It was more than what they normally have on their Tuesday night things. Now I'm just going to eagerly wait at the mailbox every day for the mailman to come to drop me off my summons. It's like Oprah, you get a summons, and you get a summons, and you get a summons. Yeah, I'm like, if you don't want your kid to be on a camera, and you're going to be that butthurt about it, don't bring your kids to a protest. I mean, it's as simple as that. Let me straighten this out. I know, I'm busted. Half them people out there did not dress for this weather, though. That was the funny thing. Oh, exactly. They want, and that's funny, they only talk about their side. They don't talk about any other side but their own. And then that one young kid sitting there saying that Israel deserved what happened in October. Then he tried to backtrack it. I'm like, no, you already said it. Nice try. Bobby Rogers, thank you for stopping in. Thank you for being in the live today. Make sure you guys, if you haven't, hit that like button. And if you're not a member and you want to be a member, hit that subscribe button. Make sure you share this out too. Share it out. Let people know how these protesters really are. And then the one guy with the blue backpack was talking to the one that kept asking me why I was there. And I told him, he asked me if I was for or against it. I said, it don't matter. And then he was talking to the blue backpack guy and he sat there and told him, he goes, if we just had a few more people for what? To stand in front of me and act and be a fool? Yeah, I don't know how old that little kid was. I thought he was talking about the other one that said that Israel deserved October 7th. That's who I thought he was talking about at first, because that's the only one I really talked to, other than the one in the red scarf when I asked him, when I was talking to him. Thank you, Ridgeline. And then he asked me if I wanted to carry a flag. I said, nope. I said, the only flag I'm going to carry is an American flag. Then he goes, Zionist. Oh, I'm jealous if it's shorts and shirts in California. Yep, I'm an American, not a Zionist. Exactly, Jody. Turn you guys around. Oh. See, that flag in the window is the one they should be carrying. That one right there. Whoops, that one. That's the flag that should be carried. Oh, I still didn't see the police. Man, he was shaking too, man. When he pulled his phone out, he was like sitting there going like this, and I was just like, I'm like, it's 911, and then you hit send. Not sure what the emergency number is in Gaza. Probably like something like run and hide. But I appreciate everybody being on here today, and I appreciate you guys, the super chats that you guys sent. That meant a lot. You guys don't have to do that, but I appreciate it. Those are blessings that we take seriously, and we appreciate those blessings. And um, we got a lot of things going to be happening this year. Josh is getting ready to head to the border here soon. That's going to be huge. Definitely need to make sure that we check out for that, and watch him and Joe down at the border. That was just a small little get together of un-American people that should just move back to where they came from if they don't like living in America. It is what it is. I mean, you've seen how they acted. Up, Luke is up, so yeah. But anyways, I appreciate you guys all coming in today and watching this and getting to see what had happened down there. Hopefully I did a good job for you guys. And you guys can make sure you share this out and follow us for the next one. But yeah, he didn't answer the question. I said, you probably condone 9/11 too. He didn't answer that one. But anyways, you guys stay safe today. Check out some of the other streams that are in DC today. I'm sure Josh will probably be on later on. Make sure you guys check in for Josh and Joe. But so anyways, I will talk to you guys all later. Have a good day. Bye.
What?
Scott, like, what's going on? Where are you armed? You look like a killer solo Scott.
Killer? Oh. Yeah. Okay.
Alright, y'all, so the horses unloaded, so we're about to spin the block.
In Iowa, what, 13 to 14 inches of snow here in Wisconsin. Michael, hello from Lincoln. Welcome in, Michael.
I hear you on that.
Come to the right, please. Come to the right. Let's get something to eat. Let's stop for food.
Put police on the back.
Yo!
There's police pulling up on the back of it. They might just be kind of making a barrier. I don't know if they're going to stop.
Go.
All right.
Black farmers matter. 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 Hey, y'all, we got 12 behind us. We got 12 behind us. Hold on. We'll catch up. We'll keep it moving. Justice for Jared. Justice for Jared. Justice for Jared. Justice for Jared. Do your part and save the earth. 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 Watch out for that poop. It don't look like 12 is trying to be bothersome. It looks like we got some extra escorts now, which is alright to a degree. Black
48 because they want to take that too. Black farmers matter. 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 Hey, I see you over here making TikToks. Y'all need to make a TikTok about this. Everybody is land taking. You see what you got going down? Y'all making TikTok? TikTok? Little video? Israelites?
Yes, we are, King. That's who you are, King.
For me?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You know that?
Yeah.
I'm Native American, but it's cool. Black farmers matter. Black farmers matter.
Jafari, that was kind of a weird thing that just happened.
What?
They assumed you're one of the Black Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah, I mean, is it my beard? Is it my statue? I don't know what they would assume. I hate assumptions.
Yeah.
They don't ever work out best for too many people. But what's going on, Ford? Thank you so much for coming out, News to Share. The official revolutionary.
I mean, we'll definitely sit down and do a more detailed interview later, but I'd love, at least for the live audience here, if you talk about why you came down here for this event.
So we traveled the highways and the byways because Derek Williamson, a black farmer, had his land stolen from him. He had his animals stolen, he had his land taken and his animals slaughtered. He had his land unjustly taken. He even had the decency to let people come into his property and was housing them, and they in turn implemented eminent domain. They began to squat and eventually had him removed from his own land violently, and it makes no sense. Like the videos are egregious. They spoke on his dead brother the day that he passed away, trying to ensue him to violence. And I'm sorry, but I probably would have got violent. You're not about to speak on my dead brother the day that he died, all types of stuff. But that's the tactics that they do. So we have to expose racism. We have to expose bigotry at every stand. It may be police killing one of us, or in this case, it may be them taking our land. So we're here to make sure we're speaking up for black farmers. Self-sustainment, if you want to get off the grid, if you want to self-sustain outside of this duopoly of a government and government system, if you just want to go and buy some land and take your family out of here, it's in jeopardy if something like this happens to you. If you don't want to be bothered with the local government, you just want to go do your own thing and you just want to live your life, if something like this happens, they take your land, you can't do that. So we have to make sure people will be able to do that, make your own water, make your own food, and have your land and be able to have your family and your animals. Animal therapy is real. People go through animal therapy because sometimes the therapist, the person, can't exactly speak to you how you need to. So some people ride horses for therapy, some people ride giraffes and koalas and all types of other animals for therapy. We need that for our mental health. So we're out here standing for Derek.
All right, thank you, Jafari. We'll talk more later.
Black farmers matter. 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 Hey, y'all, just because these policemen got behind us don't mean we got to be in no rush. Feel like I'm on a treadmill. Hey, hold at this next light. Hold at the next light. Hold at the next light. Okay. This ain't like a public school, nothing though. Black farmers matter. 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 Do your part and save the earth. 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 All right. Helptheark.org. farmers matter. Black 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 farmers matter.
Sorry?
Yep. All right there. Yeah. Y'all did it. Yeah. I'm there. Justice for Derek! 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 Oh, yes, you do. Stoptheyard.org, 1 minute to take a picture and take the change. On behalf of the man who got his car taken from him illegally, the negligence gun laws, and the court. That's criminal stoptheyard.org. Please take a picture. 1 minute to take the change. Come on, now.
Hey, so I don't think I've talked on this live stream yet, so to everyone watching, hi, I'm Fort Fisher. I've been, I think, the only person who live streamed this event. There might have been some of the people who are participating in the live stream, but I'm certainly the only journalist who live streamed this. This is the Justice for Black Farmers march, and it includes BLM 757, an Atlanta riding club, as well as the Fred Hampton Gun Club, which is sort of a spiritual successor to the Black Panther movement. Many of the groups here armed, some of them on horseback, and they basically marched here from the state capitol to the Olympic Park, or the I believe it's the park, the Centennial Olympia Park, which is where the 2000 Olympics took place. The purpose of the march, as I've done a couple interviews that kind of describe, is that they believe that black farmers are treated unfairly, and in particular there's one person here whose land was actually taken away from him in a dispute, and which he of course says was done so unfairly. So that's kind of why they're out here. I'm sure we'll get to hear from them one or two more times as they kind of wrap up here.
Before we get out of here, though, we do need to find, if we could all line up, take a picture before we go, and say some words of encouragement.
Come on, line up right now. Let's go.
Let's line them up. How y'all legs feel? All right.
Pretty good.
Look at them, police about to pull somebody else over, not even us. See, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Go bother somebody else. Chinese food, no soul food here.
Can you guys line up in front of us? Let's go. Let's go. Picture. Let's go.
Guns up.
Everybody, let's do. Oh, we in it too? Okay. Mama Marsha!
Everybody.
Hurry up! Oscar! Hurry! Run! Hurry! Run! Let's go! No, it's...
Special thanks to Ford Fisher News to Share and Miss Olga with Freedom News TV. We national, y'all. International.
Hey, Tila, tell Mama Marsha to come on. Mama Marsha.
We gotta wait for our juggernaut.
Waiting on the juggernaut.
Come on, Jug. That's snake and my mama running.
Run, Bean, run! Run, Bean, run! Come on, Bean, girls. Come on, Mello. What are y'all doing? I'm not here yet. Guys, speak up. Right there. Right here. Come on. Back here. Catch the Logan. Is that everybody?
That's what I'm saying.
Hi, kitty.
CJ, my phone real quick.
Ready, y'all. 1, 2, 3.
Yep, there we go. All right, here we go. Here we go.
Just so y'all know, we'll talk to a local eatery. We have a free buffet with unlimited crab legs, shrimp, steak, and open bar. And I'm lying through my teeth.
Are we doing everybody fist up? Fist up.
Right fist, please. No left fist, please.
Right fist. Perfect. I'm good. I'm good.
The right hand stands for the right side of history.
Alright, I'm good. I'm good.
So if I can say something, I'd like to thank everybody come on out. As far as y'all came, or as close as y'all came, stand up for Black lives. Y'all understand this is the right side of history. And whenever this happens, we all need to stand up. Whether it's 1, 12, 1,200, 15,000, we got to do what we got to do. I don't know where we're going from here, but I appreciate all y'all.
Hey everybody, also man, for me personally, I thank y'all so much because man, this case has taken so much out of me. Some days it's like, man, I ain't got to fight in me to keep going. Some days, man, just gotta pick myself off the ground, but keep on believing because there's a lot of people out there that need what's happening right here. So thank you to every organization that has invested in this initiative, invested in this cause. I love you guys and thank y'all for coming together and rallying for justice for this animal family, man. It it really moves me, and I appreciate y'all because I know there's a lot of things everybody could have been doing today. Some of y'all have come from very, very far to touch down in the ATL to represent and do what we do today. I believe that this is one of many, at least I know in my regard and some of the organizations regard. So man, I love y'all. God bless y'all. Continue to just keep on being great in y'all organizations because man, when y'all come together, man, to make some noise, it's beautiful, man. I think that this is definitely what I wanted to accomplish today in my case. I believe it definitely has got the ball rolling in aggressively in the direction that it needs to go in, and that could not have happened unless everyone that's here today contributed and been a part of it. So the sacrifice that you all have made, some of you had to make some financial sacrifices, time sacrifices. On behalf of myself, my entire animal family, what's left of us, we love y'all. We appreciate y'all, okay? Take care.
Right. We
Black
love
power.
you.
Black power.
Real quick, can everybody give us the radios back and bullhorns, please? It's mine.
Mine now.
I want a crab leg.
I do too.
Zero. You know, how are you preparing for that element? Not necessarily the snow, but the temps.
Yeah. Well, making sure, of course, the layers, as people talk about often during severe winter weather, when you get these cold temperatures, lots of layers. Right now, nothing on my head except my hair. But when we get up there, certainly I'll have the toboggan on and make sure my head is covered because you lose a lot of heat out of the top of your noggin. And I don't want that to happen. No gloves right now. Again, it's about 35 here. That's going to change, and I'm prepared for it. Got everything I need. Going to stay close to my hotel, not venture out. In fact, there will be a driving ban, and that includes storm trackers. They don't like people out. I'm not immune to the laws of physics, right? And so if they put a travel ban in, I have to abide by that just to keep first responders from having to come out and rescue me. That's not a good look.
No, it's not. What is going to be a good look is when you put on that toque. There, you're going to have that later on. That's what they call the toboggan up there in Buffalo. It's a toque. The little ear flaps come down. So when you go to the store, there you go, Mark. Ask for a toque. Don't ask for a toboggan. So you got that going for you. Fox Weather. That's right. Fox Weather exclusive storm tracker Mark Sutter. Thank you very much, and can't wait to see what you come up with when you're out there in Buffalo later on.
See you soon. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. And don't forget the toque.
The toque, you got it. And we're taking a live look right here at Minneapolis. The Arctic air currently moving over the western part of that state. I mean, it's 5 degrees right now, Michael. No. You see that? Yeah. The whole cold air is slamming right down to the upper Midwest. It's going to get as far south as the Gulf Coast. It won't be that cold when it gets there, but that cold air is going to be out there. So that's the way it goes. Coldest wind chills today, Dickinson, North Dakota. Minus 69 Fahrenheit.
That's the other side of the moon.
Yeah, I mean, that's horrendous, and this is the coldest air that we've seen in quite some time. So some of the numbers coming in right now, potential record cold highs. So how high it gets on the thermometer is going to be very low, and you can see some of these records are coming in through Tuesday. I mean, we're peppered all the way down into lower Texas, Louisiana, the Gulf Coast, even down by Florida. You are going to see some record cold high temperatures out there over the next several days as that cold air moves over to the east. So some of these coming in, potential record actual low temperatures in the morning. You can see them all the way down to even outside of Brownsville, Texas. This cold air is going all the way down to the Rio Grande Valley. It's out through Mississippi, Louisiana, and then back to the west a bit farther as a new round comes in by Seattle. Something we're watching there. 75 potential record low temperatures through Tuesday. Then you add the wind to it. We've got wind chill warnings. Can't remember the last time we've seen this much acreage for wind chill warnings, but that's the area shaded in pink. Some of those readings around Montana, it's going to feel like minus 70. That's later on this evening. Haven't seen that forecast in quite some time either. And you're going all the way down to the minus 20 mark across the panhandles of Texas, also Oklahoma, something we're watching right there. Some of the numbers right here is the forecast, Mike. This is just tomorrow morning, minus 42 in Bismarck.
Over 80 million Americans right now under some sort of cold weather alert as we speak.
Yeah, so
get ready for it.
Fox Weather, we will be following it for you. We'll be right back.
Have you ever thought about what happens to appliances that are sent back, returned for tiny scratches, or were simply overstock? There's a lot of reasons why a perfectly good appliance is returned or never sold. At American Freight, we buy these name brand appliances and inspect, repair, then test to sell to you at significantly reduced prices. So next time you're shopping for an appliance, check us first. American Freight. Slightly imperfect appliances for the perfect price.
right now on Fox Weather. We are tracking winter storms from coast to coast. Almost nobody will be spared from the winter kraken as it goes all the way down to the Gulf Coast, with wind chills affecting millions of American people under zero.
Yeah, right now, Bob, by the way, lake effect snow is cranking up not only for the Great Lakes region from Traverse City to South Bend to Buffalo, New York, but also it has its sights set on upstate New York, where we could be talking about feet, not inches, feet of snow.
Hey, here we go. Those lake waters are still relatively warm, and we're getting a little bit of a break around the Northeast right now. A little light rain, light snow mixing in and pulling out. But we are watching for the possibility of an I-95 corridor snow event by Monday night into Tuesday. There you go. Hello, everybody. I'm Bob Van Dillen. So enough to wet your beak with that one. We'll see what happens because we got a couple days to watch that. But man, oh man, it could be interesting Tuesday.
I was going to say, you're telling me there's a chance that New York City, we haven't done it for almost 700 days, to pick up 1 inch
I'm saying
of
there's
snow.
a shot.
You're telling me there's a chance.
We'll see.
That's what I'm looking forward to. No, the thing that I feel like a lot of folks in New York, either you love this decision or you hate this decision, but the Buffalo Bills game was actually postponed from tomorrow on Sunday to Monday.
I think it's a good move. I think the fact that even getting to and from the game tomorrow, if they were going to play it, got pushed back till Monday at 4:30. If they were going to play that tomorrow, just getting there would have been extremely dangerous with 2 to 3 feet of snow coming down in one spot.
Yeah, I mean, and not to mention the fact that we have winds behind that are going to be cranking, sending wind chills into the teens and single digits, if not below zero at times, too.
I mean, that's what we're watching. So, yeah, Bills game, Steelers game, it's been postponed till Monday at 4:30 if you just missed that. So we're watching right there. They were offering $20 to shovel out the stadium starting later on tonight with the Bills Mafia. But, yeah, we don't need your services, at least not tonight. And be prepared. You're going to see a lot of snow coming down. It will be the light stuff. It's not going to be heavy and wet. But we're going to see some big-time amounts pulling through. So here we go. We got that winter storm that's beginning to wind down a little bit just now across northern sections of, it looks like Ontario, now into Quebec. But we do have the light snow coming through. Now, you can see the live picture right there. We've got snowfall right coming down. Where is this right here? This is, where is that coming from? That's Traverse City, Michigan. Oh, there you go. That's your home state right there, Michael. You recognize it?
Yeah, from the pinky. I love this.
There you go.
One of my favorite cities.
Beautiful. So we're watching that. So let me show you what we have right now. We still do have the warnings and advisories all in play from yesterday's storm, but these blizzard warnings are for pure ground snow that's blowing around, giving you whiteout conditions. So with the strong winds coming in, it's fluffy, white, heavy snow that's out there. So, you know, weight-wise, it's not heavy. It fell heavily. We've seen about 18 inches of snow in some spots, but that's getting blown around. So now we've got the whiteout conditions that are being felt around the Plain States. Also, we've got whiteout conditions for the UP in Michigan with Plano Lake effect that's starting to go right here. Look at the snowfall totals that we've seen. The darker shade of purple, you see right in that direction, that's about 1 foot to 1.5 feet worth of snow, and it's still coming down in areas up to the north. So our area of low pressure now has slid away from the Great Lakes. It's into Canada, but we've got the winds that are swirling around this thing at a good clip. We're talking 35, 50-mile-per-hour gusts, and the cold front itself is now breezing right down through New York. Now, when that cold front went over Lake Erie, they had a 5-foot sage go through to Buffalo, which means that cold front pushed a wall of water up to Buffalo, and it rose it up there at Lake Erie by 5 feet. So that's pretty good sage as it went by. Back to the west we go. Look at that lake effect snow. It's now coming down across Marquette. Again, blizzard warning for you guys, calling for an additional 3 to maybe as much as 12 inches of snow on top of what you've already seen. And you can see that line as it goes right off of Lake Michigan down through areas like Grand Rapids. And that I-96 corridor is about to get hit as well. So that's one spot we're watching. Fox Weather's Max Gordon is live in Grand Rapids, and he's been showing us a lot of snow over the last couple of days, and started yesterday, going overnight last night, and now the lake effect machine is starting to crank up. Max, yeah, snow is coming down right now. You guys are on a winter storm warning.
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't seen as heavy a snow as we saw yesterday, but we are seeing some flurries moving on through. Really, kind of the main issue for us right now is the wind. Just absolutely bone chilling with this wind chill. You can really see the wind demonstrated with this flag that's just absolutely whipping on top of this building right there. Luckily, we're a little bit protected by the wind here in the downtown area. All the buildings are kind of sheltering us. There are actually, surprisingly, plenty of people still walking around, even after we saw around 8 inches or so of snowfall and the cold. We talked to some people who are walking around about what they thought about this winter storm.
This is just Michigan in a nutshell. This is what happens all the time. So you just get used to it and figure out how to drive in it or walk around like we've been doing. So I was just a little bit more disappointed that everyone a little preemptively closed down last night. You know, we're sitting in the hotel trying to figure out something to do, and we went walking around, and everyone was pretty much closed. So, but it is what it is. Got to keep everyone safe.
Now, a big issue that we're looking at right now is the power outages, especially here in Michigan. At last check, it was around 175,000 customers still without power. Luckily, that is down a few thousand from when we last checked in, but still a whole lot of people without power, and there's some very cold temperatures out there. Luckily, in this neck of the woods, a lot of people have generators, and there are some warming shelters that have opened up, but still not a great situation for a lot of people across the state. Then into the west of us, across Lake Michigan from us, over in Wisconsin, over there, about 71,000 customers are still without power. We've got some pretty wild video that we're showing you right here of this power line catching on fire in the midst of the storm yesterday. A lot of trees toppling in the high winds, a lot of people without power. One meteorologist that I follow in the Milwaukee area, she said that she actually lost power and she had to take items out of her freezer and put them outside so that they wouldn't spoil. So I'm sure there's a lot of folks that are in her very same shoes. Now back here in Grand Rapids, we are expecting additional snow flurries throughout the day, and then when we hit the overnight hours and into tomorrow, that's when we're going to see more of this lake effect snow, between 4 to 7 inches of additional snowfall here in Grand Rapids. I think people are probably a little bit tired of it. I don't know. But one man who is definitely never tired of the snow, never tired of these winter weather conditions, our very own Robert Ray over in Chicago. Robert, tell me, what have you been doing to stay warm throughout your coverage?
Yeah, Max, hey, great question. And you too, road warrior, Max Gordon. Basically, I've been eating as many Chicago-style hot dogs and pizzas and Italian beefs as possible. That's really been the deal. And Guinness. Oh, how about the Wisconsin old fashions that you and I enjoyed in Chicago the other day as you made your way down from Madison. Max stopped here in the Windy City right before the storm came in. We had dinner, and then, obviously Max went up to Grand Rapids. This is for the viewers and Bob and Michael, anybody watching. But, it's been brutal, right? The past week, Max, you were in New York City for the Nor'easter that didn't quite, it underperformed in New York City. I was up in Worcester, Massachusetts, near Boston, and then you and I both came over to the Midwest to cover this second round that came across. And, the thing is, Max and everybody else, Chicago just has had a wild 24 hours of, snow and then rain and then all these crazy winds. And, maybe we just put up some of that video of yesterday in Chicago if we're not already seeing it. And so, and now the temperatures, they're plunging, Max, same as over where you're at in Grand Rapids, Michigan, home of the former President Gerald Ford. And that's the thing. We're going to go into these very dangerous situations overnight and for days to come with, wind chills 30, 40 below in this part of the country, even worse off to our west, and even some more snow here tonight in Chicago. And I know you're getting some more of those flurries as well, Max. But we perhaps should get Bob Van Dillen and Michael Estime into our Wisconsin Old-Fashioned Club. And by the way, I have a suggestion live from Aruba. It's the Max and Robert Show. How about that?
Hey, I love that. That sounds like a good idea. Oh, I dig that.
Right. Exactly. So what do you think, Bob Van Dillen? You want in on this?
On all of what you just said. No question. I want all of what you just said. I mean, you're talking old fashions, you're talking Aruba, you're talking my language. Fellas, I hope you stay warm out there because, listen, it's going to be a wild night for you guys temperature-wise. It's going to drop, so just, stay warm out there, no question about it. So we will talk to you guys in just a little bit. Always.
It is. And it is going to be wild. And on that note, I'm ending about 8 days of coverage. So I'll see you guys. Take care, everybody. I'm out of here.
He's done?
Have a good one. Off to O'Hara.
He just dropped the mic.
Holy crud. He left a vapor trail, Michael. You see that? He's at Robert. Good job. We will talk to you, I guess, in the next storm. There you go. But you guys, great job.
About this.
I love him. He's the best. But yeah, the old-fashioned club. I love it. Let's start.
Listen, I was going to say we got to get Robert, Max, and they said something about going down to Aruba. That's probably where he was running off to, if you ask me. Chicago, O'Hare. Just watch out for a couple of delays. That's for sure. Hey, let's get you out the door to Buffalo, New York, where current temperatures are at a windy and cold 28 degrees. You factor in a wind gusting, get this, at the Greater Buffalo International Airport right now, wind gusts are at 59 miles per hour. So our wind chill, 12 degrees as we speak. Can you imagine? Wow, 59, almost 60 mile per hour winds. My goodness gracious. And here's what things look like. So you're seeing the lake effect in West Michigan from Kalamazoo to Grand Rapids, parts of Kent County, Ludington, South Bend. We're all seeing the lake effect. When you look at the northern periphery of the UP of Michigan, Marquette, you're seeing the lake effect snow as well. Now, the lake effect snow, not so much impacting parts of northeast Ohio because of the wind direction. There's a southerly component that's kind of keeping it up and over Lake Erie. But Buffalo, New York, wait, because by the time we get to your Sunday, not so fun day, we're expecting to see plenty in the way of snow. And we're going to see a really, it'll be a dynamic sort of system, but we'll see a line, we call it a mega band of snow, begin to develop. And as it does so, this is going to produce a prolific amount of snow right over Buffalo, New York. So the next question is, well, how much snow are we talking about? Well, as of this point, and keep in mind that when a lake effect snow band persists in the same spot for hours and hours and hours, and much like what Robert Ray was saying and where Robert Ray was at in Chicago, and if you're joining us from, say, WFLD, Fox 32 in Chicago area, we saw thunder snow, lightning. It was convective. We see that a lot of times in lake effect. If we see that again, 18 to 24 in Buffalo, just south of that, right along I-90, we're talking about over a foot to 2 feet of snow, and I would not be surprised if we got a snowfall total that perhaps was closer to 2 to 3 feet of snow. It can absolutely happen, especially when you have really warm Lake Erie and Lake Ontario water temperatures on top of, or I should say below, really chilly, cold Canadian air. Again, this is the coldest air since February 2021 in some spots in the United States. This persists mostly through the day tomorrow. I think tomorrow is going to be when we see the entree of the lake effect snow. However, there's going to be a little side of dessert as we head into Monday and perhaps even wiggle into early on Tuesday. So tomorrow's really going to be the big show. How much, again, are we expecting? Anywhere between 12 to 18, perhaps over 18 inches in Buffalo. Outside of Buffalo, lesser amounts, but right along I-90, when you take Buffalo to Erie, PA, and then eventually into Geneva, parts of northeast Ohio, not expecting a ton. So Lake Geauga, Ashtabula counties in northeast Ohio, not expecting a whole lot for you, maybe an inch or so in spots, especially in the primary snow belt. But for Buffalo, man, oh man, tomorrow is going to be the big show, and it's one of the reasons why, as we've been mentioning, the Buffalo Bills and Pittsburgh Steelers game was postponed until Monday at 4:30, was because of the big show taking place on Sunday. We'll see some light lake effect on Monday, but I don't think it's going to be as impactful on Monday, despite the fact that it's going to be cold. You know, Bob, you look at the temperatures, we're at 21 for a high on Monday, overnight lows at 15. Again, and the winds and just the brutally cold air is going to be firmly entrenched in place for days and days to come.
It looks bad. Your tie, by the way, is in that foot to foot and a half range of snow. It's perfect. I mean, that's what we're going to find. So the big picture, Michael, like you said, the major snowmaker has gone away. We're talking about the big storm. We've got the lake effect cranking out.
Not as bad. They haven't done the damage that this man has done to our country. So we're going to make America great again. I'll see you on Sunday. I'm going to see you on Monday. And I'm going to be with you 7 o'clock, but get there at 6:30, and we're going to caucus, and we're going to do great. Thank you. See you then.
All right, Trump stumping just a bit there ahead of the Iowa caucus on Monday. That coming as the polar vortex is sending an Arctic blast into America's heartland. Taking a live look right now over in Ottumwa, Iowa. Beautiful shot there as the snow continues to come down. Iowa Republicans, they're likely to confront temperatures dipping below 0 degrees Fahrenheit when they kick off the 2024 election cycle. A record-breaking forecast that might complicate candidates' hopes of making their own history if that cold depresses the voter turnout. The candidates, they're publicly expressing optimism that their supporters are going to show up no matter what and how bad that weather is. But the snow and the cold, they've already wreaked havoc on the candidates' schedules, thwarting their plans to crisscross Iowa and make their final pitches to voters. Donald Trump's campaign had to cancel events featuring surrogates advocating for the former president, that including Mike Huckabee and Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Mike Huckabee, who won the caucuses in 2008, posted on social media that the expected snowstorm grounded their plane. Meanwhile, we all are also learning from officials over in New York that storms there and a potential for just an absolutely messy situation has also delayed the Buffalo Bills versus Steelers wild card playoff game. That now being delayed just until Monday. Won't take place on Sunday as we take a live look right now there at the XRAD weather radar system there for Live Now from Fox, as you do see some of those green bands continuing to move across the north and east. Of course, it's going to be cold down in the heartland. Lake effect snow expected in the upper Great Lakes region, talking about Chicago, Milwaukee, and in that area. Meanwhile, again, over in the Buffalo area, also expected to get a hit with some more snow. So we'll continue our coverage on that. We'll continue following it. But I do want to turn now to that candidate, Nikki Haley, on the stage as she continues to stump in Iowa. This live image coming in there from Iowa City, Iowa. Nikki Haley there. Let's go ahead and pop up the audio and listen in.
And you get it. You know the responsibility that comes with being first. You know that you're setting the tone for where the country's going to be. Look at where we are now. The tone is not good. And you don't have to turn on the news to see that the tone's not good. We're $34 trillion in debt. We're having to borrow money just to make our interest payments. China owns some of that debt. You go and you look at the fact that right now, 1 in 6 Americans can't afford their utility bill. 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. 50% of Americans can't afford diapers. Homelessness is up 12%. And we've got inflation that's still continuing to rise. It's a problem. But there is light at the end of the tunnel. And it happens when you elect an accountant to the White House so that somebody can clean it up for the first time. The way we'll do that, we'll start with our economy, and the economy will claw back the $100 billion of unspent COVID dollars that are out there. Instead of 87,000 IRS agents going after middle America, we'll go after the hundreds of billions of dollars of COVID fraud. 1 out of every $7 was spent fraudulently. If 8% of our budget is interest, quit borrowing, cut up the credit cards. You have to balance a budget every day. I had to balance a budget as governor. Why is Congress the only group that refuses to balance a budget? We'll stop the spending, we'll stop the borrowing, we'll eliminate the earmarks and pet projects, and I will veto any spending bill that doesn't take us back to pre-COVID levels. That will save us trillions. Then we will go and say that we're going to take as many federal programs as we can and send them down to the state level. That will reduce the size of the federal government, but it will empower people on the ground. Think education, think healthcare, think welfare, think mental health, if all of those resources were on the state level. And then we know that the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. We need to let the middle class breathe. And so we're going to eliminate the federal gas and diesel tax in this country. We're going to cut taxes on the middle class and simplify the brackets. And we're going to make small business tax cuts permanent. They made the corporate tax cuts permanent, but they made the small business tax cuts temporary. Small businesses are the heartbeat of our country. We need to treat them that way. When it comes to education, only 31% of 8th graders in our country right now are proficient in reading. Think about that. Only 27% of 8th graders are proficient in math. If we don't do something soon, we're going to be in a world of hurt 10 years from now. So we're going to start by doing what we did in South Carolina. We knew if a child couldn't read by 3rd grade, they were 4 times less likely to graduate high school. So instead of sending those kids forward, hold those kids back. Bring in their parents. Let's do reading remediation. Let's set them up for success. We've got to get our kids reading again. Then we should have complete transparency in the classroom. No parent should ever wonder what's being said or taught to their child in school. So we will put all of those curriculums online for every parent to see. And every parent needs to be able to decide where their child goes to school and how they get educated. We have to stop mandating education based on a zip code. Every child deserves a good education. And then let's start building things in America again. Let's put vocational classes back into our high schools. South Carolina, we had apprenticeships all over our state. We taught our kids how to build the things we were making. And then I have to say, we love our boys, but we have to raise strong girls. I'm talking to all you girl dads and all you strong moms. We have to raise strong girls because strong girls become strong women and strong women become strong leaders. And none of that happens if you have biological boys playing in girls' sports. We've got to cut that out. And then when it comes to the border, it truly is a dereliction of duty. I can't believe we're watching what's happening in America right now. We've got to get it under control. As governor of South Carolina, I passed the toughest illegal immigration law in the country. President Obama sued us over it, and we won. We will do what we did in South Carolina and go national with it. We'll do a national E-Verify program that requires businesses to have to prove that the people they hire are in this country legally. We will defund sanctuary cities once and for all. No more safe havens in America. We'll put 25,000 Border Patrol and ICE agents on the ground and let them do their job. And then we'll go back to the Remain in Mexico policy and not even let illegals step on American soil to start with. And instead of catch and release, we'll go to catch and deport. You gotta send them back. That's the only way to stop them from being incentivized to come here in the first place. We will close the border. But then we also have to remember that we have to take care of those who take care of us. We have got to start taking care of our veterans in this country. Over 35,000 of our veterans are homeless. 1 in 3 suffers from PTSD or thoughts of suicide. We lose 22 heroes a day to suicide. If a veteran needs a doctor's appointment at the VA, on average, it takes 29 days. Why 29 days? Because on the 30th day, they get to go to the doctor or hospital of their choice. So midway through the 29 days, they get a call to reschedule. It's shameful how we treat our veterans. So I think it's important that we let them know that we're going to take care of them for the long haul. My husband is a combat veteran. He served in Afghanistan. The day he came home to us, that was a lot of prayers answered. But that was the easy part. When we got home, life got hard. He couldn't hear loud noises. He couldn't be in crowds. Life had passed him by for the year that he was gone, and the transition was tough. We can't just love them when they're gone. We got to love our men and women when they come back home, too. So we'll make sure we have telehealth and give them the mental health care they need right when they need it. We will let them go to the doctor or hospital of their choice. They've earned that right. And I think the best way that we take care of veterans' health care is I think every member of Congress should have to get their health care from the VA, and you watch how fast that gets fixed. You know it'll get fixed well. And there were 2 things in America. There were 2 things that Russia, China, and Iran never wanted us to have. They didn't want us to have a strong military, and they didn't want us to be energy independent. We won't just be energy independent, we'll be energy dominant. We will get the EPA out of the way. Right now, they care more about sagebrush lizards than they do about whether we can afford our utility bill. We'll make sure that we get the EPA out of the way. We'll speed up the permitting. We'll allow the Keystone Pipeline. We'll export as much liquefied natural gas as we can. We'll do nuclear power. And yes, we will do biofuels. We'll turn it into the industry we know it can be. And when you do that, that includes supporting the renewable fuel standard. Don't just do enough to have the energy we need. Let's turn the energy industry into an economic powerhouse. That will help us with the economy. That will help us get the inflation down. And not only that, that's a national security saving if we do that. So we know the domestic policies that we need to have, but now let's talk about national security. We know that the world is on fire. We see it. We've got a war in Europe. We've got a war in the Middle East. We've got North Korea testing intercontinental ballistic missiles that are capable of hitting U.S. China's on the march. But right now, all you're hearing is people saying, do we support Ukraine or do we support Israel? Do we support Israel or do we secure the border? Don't let them lie to you like that. That's a false premise, and they know it. Now, I will be the first person to say, we should never give a country cash, friend or foe, because you can't follow it and you can't hold it accountable. If you are one of those people that are saying, why should we care about Ukraine? You're right to ask that question. The problem is no one is giving you the answer. I'm going to give you the answer. We saw every day at the United Nations, terrorists, thugs, and dictators always tell us what they're going to do. They're amazingly transparent. Hamas said they were going to go into Israel. They did. China said they were going to take Hong Kong. We watched it during COVID. Russia said they were going to invade Ukraine. It happened. China says Taiwan is next. We better believe them. Russia said once they take Ukraine, Poland and the Baltics are next. Those are NATO countries. That puts America at war. This is about preventing war. It's always been about preventing war. Their troops that started the war. They raised the draft age in Russia to 65. They're getting drones from Iran and missiles from defense budget. That's it. The Europeans are spending more than that, and they should. It's their neighborhood. Now when it comes to Israel, God help us if we don't get this one right. Israel is a bright spot in a tough neighborhood. They are the tip of the spear when it comes to defeating terrorism. If you ask, why should we care about Israel? The reason we should care about Israel is because on that horrific day of October 7th, when they beheaded those people and burned those babies alive and took those girls from the concert and raped them and dragged their naked bodies through the streets of Gaza, what did they say? Death to Israel, death to America. That's why we care about Israel. If we support Ukraine and we support Israel, that's only 5% of our defense budget. Now, the other option they give you is, oh, but we should be securing our border. That's priority number one. No excuses to not secure the border. No excuses to allow anybody that is not here legally to stay. America right now is acting like it's September 10th. We better remember what September 12th felt like. It only takes one person to cause a 9/11 moment. If we support Ukraine and we support Israel and we secure the border, that's less than 20% of Biden's green subsidies. So don't let anyone tell you you have to choose. We choose national security. We choose preventing war. We choose protecting Americans. That should always be the case. There's a reason the Taiwanese want the U.S. and the West to support the Ukrainians, because they know if Ukraine wins, China won't invade Taiwan. There's a reason the Ukrainians want the U.S. and the West to support Israel. because they know if Iran wins, Russia wins. China, Russia, and Iran are bound together in an unholy alliance. And they all hate freedom, democracy, and above all things, America. So we need to be smart. We need to prevent war. We need to protect Americans. We know how to do that. So we have the answers to the domestic side. We have the answers to the national security side. Now, how do we make it happen? We have to acknowledge some hard truths. Republicans have lost the last 7 out of 8 popular votes for president. That's nothing to be proud of. We should want to win the majority of Americans. But the only way we're going to win is if we elect a new conservative leader and leave the negativity and the baggage behind and move forward with new solutions. Now, I always speak in hard truths. And you'll see when I'm your president, I over-communicate. I tell you everything because I want you to know everything I know. I tell you what I'm thinking so that you know how it's going to happen. That's how I did it as governor and as ambassador, because it's better when we're all doing this together. Another hard truth. I think President Trump was the right president at the right time. I agree with a lot of his policies. But rightly or wrongly, chaos follows him. You know I'm right. Chaos follows him. And we can't have a country in disarray and a world on fire and go through 4 more years of chaos. We won't survive it. You don't defeat Democrat chaos with Republican chaos. And more than anything, what should send a chill up your spine is we cannot afford a President Kamala Harris. And we can't go through another nail-biter of an election and take that chance. You can look at any of the polls, any of the general election polls that show head-to-head with Biden. Every one, you see them, Ron doesn't beat Biden. Trump against Biden, they're head-to-head. On a good day, Trump might be up by 2 points. That's margin of error. It would be a nail-biter of an election. I'm in every one of those polls. I defeat Biden by double digits, by 17 points. Do you know what that means? That's more than the presidency. That's House, that's the Senate, that's governorships, that's all the way down to school board. You win by double digits, that's a mandate going into D.C. that we're going to stop the wasteful spending and get our economy back on track. That's a mandate that will get our kids reading again and go back to the basics on education. That's a mandate to secure our border with no more excuses. That's a mandate to bring law and order back to our country. And that's a mandate for a strong America that we can all be proud of. Don't you want that? Yeah. Because we could have that. But in order to have that, it's going to take a lot of courage. Courage from everybody in this room. Courage for me to run. And courage for every one of you to know. Don't complain about what happens in a general election if you don't play in this caucus. It matters. When I announced, someone asked me why I was running. And I said, my parents came here 50 years ago to an America that was strong and proud and full of opportunities. I want them to know that country again. I'm doing this for my husband, Michael, and his military brothers and sisters. I need them to know their sacrifice matters, that we do love our country. I'm doing this for my daughter, Raina, who's here with us today, who just got married. And I saw how hard it was for her and her husband to buy a home. The average home buyer now in America is 49 years old. The American dream is leaving us. And I'm doing this for my son, who is also here with me today, and he's a senior in college. And I am tired of watching him struggle on what to write in a paper because he thinks that's the only way to make an A. That's wrong. We can't have that. 81% of Americans now don't think their kids are going to live as good of a life as we did. We can't be okay with that. I'm not okay with that. The reason I'm doing this, I don't want my kids to live this way. I don't want to worry about what life's going to be like 10, 20 years from now. But I can tell you this. If you will join with me in this movement, if you will caucus for us on Monday, I promise you that our best days are yet to come. Thank you very much. God bless you. I appreciate it.
All right, presidential hopeful Nikki Haley there, stumping in Iowa. Just a couple days away from the Iowa caucuses. It's going to be a cold day over in the Midwest as folks go out there to vote, as Republican voters are set to begin picking who they would like to see as their nomination for president in the election coming up this November. 3:35 now on the East Coast, 12:35 on the West Coast. Let's head out to a quick break. We'll be back with a lot more top stories, live events, and breaking news in just a couple minutes. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Giacomo Luca. Let's take a live look out in Washington, D.C. today. Massive march underway for Palestinians in Gaza in the wake of 100 days since the beginning of that war between Israel and Hamas, when Hamas terrorists attacked that country, killing some 1,200 Israelis. Number of folks on the ground now in Washington, D.C. showing support for the Palestinians in Gaza. Let's go ahead and pop up the audio and listen in.
So if somebody can please locate the keys of the satellite truck and give it up to us over here.
Free, free Palestine! Our next speaker, Students Association, Palestinian student, Watfa Zayed.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. That was beautiful, thank you. My name is Watfa Zayed and I'm from Chicago, Illinois, home to one of the largest Palestinian populations in the diaspora. But more importantly, I am a proud Palestinian. I am a recent graduate of DePaul University, one of the many universities in the United States that has yet to support its Palestinian students. We have seen our universities call what is happening in Gaza everything except what it actually is. a genocide. Rather than extending empathy to Palestinian students and staff, students are being denied admission from schools, professors and administrators are losing their jobs, and campuses are becoming unsafe. Personally, my brother had a rock thrown at him on our campus in Chicago for wearing a kufiya. My cousin, also wearing a kufiya, was spit on at his campus at Yale University. Yes. I'm sorry? What? Hilda. Okay, sorry. Anyway, it is no shock to any of us that there has been an increase in hate crimes against Muslims and Palestinians on our school campuses. But our universities will not admit that. Us student organizers, however, know that this did not begin on October 7th. Our efforts for Palestine have been silenced for years. We have been forced to sit in classrooms where our professors speak ignorantly about our people. In undergrad, I served as our Student Government Association president and was told that I cannot talk about Palestine because I represent all students. At one point, I was even asked to sit down with Zionist students and hear their concerns and work with them. While I was proud that a Palestinian finally had a seat at the table, I was basically told to be careful not to see things one-sidedly. I was threatened on social media and doxxed. Now, 2 years later, nothing has changed. Students are losing their internships. Presidents of wearing the hijab, wearing the kufiya, praying in public, even our names make us targets. But if we look back to the first intifada of 1987, we are reminded that the revolution was led by the shabab, by the youth of Palestine. I'd be remiss if I did not acknowledge that most of the efforts we have seen throughout the past 3 months are led by college students. They say the old will die and the young will forget, but will we forget? To the students in the crowd today, if you have not yet gotten involved in your SJP, start one. Get involved in your MSAs. Make noise. Stop being apologetic. Being an organizer is not an uncool thing. It's the coolest thing you can do. Throughout the past few months, we have seen our college SJPs and MSAs hard at work, leading our protests, speaking to the press, phone banking, the list goes on. We are extremely privileged to be at our universities and colleges. Although we feel scared of the consequences, our brothers and sisters in Gaza are saying, Hasbunallah wa ni'mal wakeel. Allah is enough for us and He is the disposer of our affairs. We need to be safe in the diaspora. While the feeling of survivor's guilt weighs on us, let's challenge those emotions.
Listening in there, live, raw, and unfiltered over in Washington, D.C. as thousands march on Washington for Gaza. We do have some issues with that shot, but it did seem like the audio was coming in pretty clear there. You can hear those continued calls to help Palestinians there in Gaza and to end the war between Israel and Hamas. Gonna head out to a quick commercial break. Let's take a live look over in the Midwest as folks are really in the aftermath of that major storm, the winter storm sweeping across the U.S. We'll have much more on that in just a bit, but let's head out to a quick commercial break. This is Live Now from Fox.